for you all. How cool is that?
Yeah.
So that's coming up soon. But we're still working our way through the poems. Year 5, where are you? Good. Okay, let's see Year 5 stand up, big voices. Okay, what's your name?
I'm Josie. We're Year 5 and we're reciting Food and Home.
Food and Home from Year 5. Right, if we can have some silence, please. Shh. For Year 5. Okay. Right, here we go. After 3. 1, 2, 3.
Kitchen becomes a haven where flavours collide. From morning's light to evening's close, each meal is a story and each dish is composed. Breakfast whispers with the sound of an alarm, maple syrup cascading, pancakes charm. Lunchtime beckons with sandwiches piled high, crunchy veggies nestled, a savoury sigh. Dinner simmers, pots and pans at play, aromas wafting, leading the way. Comfort foods like a warm embrace, filling us with joy, leaving not a trace. In the rhythm of our home, food's melody sings, nourishing our bodies, hearts and wings.
Oh, lovely. Wow, give it up for Year 5. And did you write these poems? Who can talk to me? Did you write the poems, the class teachers? Mrs. Figgins. Right, you found the poems, did you? You did your research.
We found some and wrote some.
You found some and wrote some. Who wrote theirs?
So your 4, 5, 6 was written by myself, and then the smaller ones were found.
Oh, I like it. A bit of a budding writer here. Very good, very good. Right, let's give it up for Mrs. Figgins. Come on. Right, I'm taking it Year 6 are up here. Where's Year 6? No, back down there. Oh, gosh, okay. Right, stand up Year 6, big voices. Oh, you were shouting Oggy, 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 weren't you? Yeah, that's right. Okay, who's going to introduce the poem for me? Fantastic. And who wrote this one? Did Mrs. Figgins write this one? Oh, she did. Right, okay. What's your name?
Jamie Lee.
Jamie Lee, okay. Right, let's hear it.
We're doing this is Year 6 by Food by the Seaside.
Food by the Seaside, beautiful. Yes, let's do Mrs. Figgins some justice here with her poem. Big voices, nice projection.
Nature's abundant feast, with watermelon sweet and ripe, calling us down with every stripe. Fresh tomatoes, plum, one from the sun, in salad, seasonal fun. Berry curtain, flavoured run, fit fresh to take the sunshine. Grilled corn, buttered and charred, hearty treat like never marred. Picnic spread on shepherd cloth, stirring up the food nothing lost. By the seaside where waiting sand, we gather around, food in hand. Fish and chips wrapped up tight, the salty breeze a perfect bite. Seagulls swoop, looking for a treat. Children laugh with sandy feet. Pancakes crispy with lemon zest, tasting the ocean we feel the best. Fresh oysters rising cold, a seaside delicacy story told. Ice cream cones dripping with joy, as we watch the sunset roll off the road. And the blister breeze, the cream cheese fare, soaked with jam and cottage green beyond compare. By the seaside our appetite soars, with picnic of the ocean we always want more.
Wow, fantastic. Round of applause for Year 6, please. What a good job. Brilliant, brilliant. Okay, so we've been through the poems. Let's see what your head teacher, Mr. Clayton, thinks about your performances. Well, Mr. Clayton, what do you think?
Brilliant. What a fantastic job you've done, children. There's some very proud parents at the back there and grandparents. Can we just give them a big round of applause? Well done.
Brilliant. Give us a wave, mums and dads. Give us a wave at the back. There we go. Brilliant. So what's the rest of the day look like for you?
Well, it's back to work. We're going to enjoy the brownies, I'm sure, from Jude. And then it's, heading back up the hill and, back to our routines on a Friday afternoon.
Back to school. Right. Well done, children. Nice to meet you all. Thank you for coming and supporting the Porthleven Food Festival. Right. We've got the mayor here. We've got Mike Toy.
Good morning, everybody.
Let's give the mayor a cheer. Mayor of Porthleven, please. So, Mike, how proud are you of the school?
Fantastic turnout. It's great to see this, despite the weather, which is now slowly improving. Thank God for that. So I think it's going to be a really good festival, and what a great start.
Because, of course, the festival is now in its 16th year. It started in 2009. We did miss a couple of years for COVID, but we're back, and it looks like it's going to be a great weekend.
It's looking really good. Obviously, the weather was a bit of an issue earlier on the week, but I think the gods have smiled upon us, and it's going to be a good one.
I hope so. So what have you been up to this year?
Usual council business, plannings, all those sort of stuff, all that good fun bits and pieces, and listening to people's issues and trying to put things right.
Have you got 5 minutes later? Okay, thank you. Let's give it up, please, for Mike Toy. Thank you, our mayor. Brilliant. And now something really special. A warm welcome, of course, to the founder, member, and acclaimed chef, Jude Kariyama. Jude, welcome back. It must have been a lot of work putting this on yet again. Well done.
That's amazing. So we've got a fantastic crew of people who are all behind the scenes. I'm basically just doing the Chef's Theatre. So I invite all these people from all around the UK who are just thrilled to come down here and experience a bit of Porthleven hospitality, and really just tell other people how amazing this village is.
Fantastic. So what are you going to prepare for the children this morning?
So I thought I'd get a little bit of a head start. I'm not sure my microphone's not working for a good reason. Is it on? Yeah. It's on. So yeah, I thought I'd better start this brownie a little bit earlier. I want to make something for the kids. Can I just say, what a performance from you children. Just absolutely amazing. I really filled my heart with joy just watching you guys sing and do your poems. It was really wonderful. Especially you guys with your chef hats. So recruitment's starting early for Kota at the moment. So yeah. So we're just going to make a quick brownie for you lovely kids. And I had to start it a little bit earlier. So very simple recipe. So in here I've got butter, sugar, and chocolate, which I think you guys might like. Chocolate? Anybody who doesn't like chocolate at the front? No? Good.
I'll have yours. I'll have yours.
So what I've done is I've basically put 1 1/4 cups of chocolate in here, 2 1/4 cups of sugar, 250 grams of butter. I put it in a bain-marie. So under here is just a pot of water. And in the bain-marie, I've just melted that all together. We've only got like a couple of minutes, so this is why it's a little bit quicker than usual. Here I've got 6 eggs, and we're just going to whisk this in. Sorry. Oh.
This is how to do it, children. This is how to make chocolate brownies at home, so listen up.
Yeah, the recipes I'll give to the school, so you guys can try it out at home. And you can see that I'm basically mixing this so it's nice and smooth. Perfect. Don't worry, there's plenty to go around. Apparently there's only 200 children here, so
200
I was
children.
busy this morning. When I say me, I mean one of my lovely chefs.
Were you up early making chocolate brownies, Jude?
Yes.
I think the parents want some at the back as well. And Alec over there, he definitely wants a chocolate brownie, looking very cheeky.
So you look at this and think there's so much chocolate. I don't know if you can get that.
Smell it. Can you smell that?
It is wonderful.
Oh.
Then, now we've got 3/4 cup of flour, 1 1/4 cups of cocoa. I had to actually write it down here, so I actually remembered. And there's a half a teaspoon of baking powder. So we're going to mix this through. Whisk it in bit by bit, so we get rid of all the little lumps.
Don't forget you can watch on the big screens up here, children, if you can't see up here, obviously. So you look up here and you can see.
A brownie's so dangerous. You can smell that chocolate. It's really enticing. Yes. Sorry, Mike. There's none for you. It's only for children. So here we go. Adding in the rest of this, the cocoa and flour and baking powder. And sorry, I'm just throwing a little bit of it all around the place there. That's okay. Luckily, I can clean that up after. And there we go. I don't know if you can see that on the screen, but it's a really nice.
Oh, lovely.
Can you guys see that? Yes, thank you.
Oh.
So you can see how lovely and gooey that chocolate is there. So to make it even better, we get some more chocolate chips.
More chocolate?
And then we're going to fold that in.
Oh, look at that. More chocolate. Double chocolate brownie.
Amazing, huh?
I'm getting very excited now.
So basically, that recipe is just about ready. So what I've got is a bit of baking parchment paper. I've got a nice little rectangle tray. So make sure your parents get
Brilliant. Thank you very much. As you were, everybody. Thank you. But we're going to cut the ribbon. So we could cut the music first. Thank you. All right. Brilliant. So please do welcome to the stage and opening the Porthleven Food Festival 2024 is our High Sheriff. So fantastic, Sam Goldsworthy. Please give him a round of applause. Sam, would you like to say something first?
Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, Porthleven. And look at the next generation of foodies here, inspired by you and all the team and all the volunteers that make this the most brilliant food festival, not only in the county, but I'm going to throw it in there, the country. We're inspiring all these foodies to do the next best thing. So it is with my distinct pleasure in the office of High Sheriff of Cornwall that I hereby formally announce the festival for 2024 open.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Brilliant. Thank you for coming and cutting the ribbon. Let's give another round of applause, please, for the High Sheriff of Cornwall. Brilliant. And Sam, what have you been up to this year? Tell us what you get up to and what you do.
Well, thank you. Yeah, the role of the High Sheriff is really to look after law and order, principally, so behave. But also we shine a light on cultural beacons in certain counties. And let's not forget, I think food, hospitality is one of those primary pillars that exist here in Cornwall. So I get the opportunity to come and meet dignitaries, people that are inspiring the next generation to do really good things from food, hospitality. I get to see all the different mortars that bind Cornwall together and the volunteer sector in particular.
Brilliant. I believe you also mentor young people and help people through their life journey.
I absolutely do. I'm very proud to belong to a charity called A Band of Brothers that mentors young men that have a relationship with the criminal justice system, and they need help, they need support. And I've done that for a year and a half. And one of its leaders lives here in Porthleven, a chap called Thurston. And so Band of Brothers, put that on your radar and look out and always try to help young men where they can.
So how do you actually help them? What do you do?
Well, we're trained in how to mentor young people, safeguarding, but also it's about listening. I think a lot of people aren't listened to. They're not heard. And so we're trained in listening to some of the trials and tribulations. Some of them are stuck in a vicious cycle. And we provide signposts of how to uncouple themselves from a vicious cycle that they have and help them on their mental health journey into a more positive cycle. And so it's a real privilege to be able to do that.
Brilliant. And what have you got coming up this year?
Oh, what haven't I got coming up this year? I think there's about 2 or 3 events a day at the moment, but I do a fair bit with some kids and opening schools, sports grounds. I'm going up to Buckingham Palace. I go to the courts. I look after the police. And so I go around, shine a light on some blue lights as well. So ambulances, the police force, blood, couriers and the like. So it's
so very busy.
Yeah, a little bit.
Brilliant. All right, thank you. Please give it up for the High Sheriff. Thank you. Mr. Sam Goldsworthy. We've also got Lorraine up here, one of the committee members. Lorraine, nice to meet you. What's your involvement in the Porthleven Food Festival?
I'm only here because I'm the only one of the committee that's not busy behind the scenes. So
you're having a nice day out, are you?
I'm having a lovely day out, but my role is to organise the windows that are decorated. So when you walk round the village, you will see the windows that have been decorated, and our winner was Piskey Cove, just over here, a haberdashery shop, and you must look at it because it's a community effort. Everyone has knitted every single item in that window, apart from the champagne that they received as their first prize.
Brilliant. So do all of the community get involved and get behind the Porthleven Food Festival?
Yes, I feel that the majority of them do, yes.
Right, and what's your highlight of the festival? Is it the Chef's Theatre? And which is your favourite chef? Can we whisper it?
Do I dare say Jude?
Jude Kariyama, of course, who brought it to us. Well done, Jude. All right, brilliant. He's going to pay you later. All right, so Tom, thank you for coming. Sam, thank you for coming. Lorraine, thank you for coming. Please give them all a nice round of applause. Thank you. And also to you and the parents, you're off back to school, but of course we do have a full programme and the cooking is going to start in a minute. Jude and his team from Kota and Kota Kai are going to start off the cooking. So after the chocolate brownies, we have some more dishes coming up. Lovely to meet you. Give yourselves one last round of applause. And I think... Brilliant. Thank you. Lovely to meet you all. My name's Claire Rowley and I do MC a few events around Cornwall, so nice to meet you all. And please do have a safe journey back to school. Thank you for coming and thank you. Back to your head teacher. Thank you. Hello. Okay, can we make a little parting, please, through the parents so the children can get out and get back to school? They've got some important lessons to get back to. If you could just clear the runway, the gangway. Can you make a space, please? Let the children get out, please, at the back, please. Thank you. Okay, I think you're clear. Good to go. Thank you.
Love your mom, love him twice, all
Right, come and take your seats at the front, please. Lots of seating at the front now. A very good morning to you and a warm welcome to the Porthleven Food Festival 2024 and the Chef's Theatre. Give us a cheer if you've been here before. Oh, okay. And give us a cheer if you've never been here before. It's your first time. Oh, a few of you. Okay, well, you're in for a real treat. It's a fantastic 3 days. The sun is shining over the Harbour Head, and it's going to be an absolutely brilliant 3 days. Of course, the Porthleven Food Festival is now in its 16th year. It started in 2009, so lots for you to look forward to. Okay, so let's start. Come in, please. Take your seats, and we're going to start. To kick us off the festival this year, we have acclaimed chef Jude Kariyama and his team. Please give it up for Jude from Kota and Kota Kai. And we've got Marcus and Ross. I'll let you introduce your team, Jude.
Absolutely. So we've got from Team Kai, we've got Marcus Halton, who's been my head chef there for, 12 years.
12 years, wow.
So he deserves an award just for being with me. And this is Ross Stone, who we've been cooking together for probably about 10 years, on and off.
More than that.
It feels like 10 years. It's so fresh. But yes, Ross is the head chef at Kota. Let's give it up to these guys.
Give them a big round of applause, please.
And so today, basically, Claire, I'm letting these guys do the cooking because it's all about them. So without these two, there is no Kota and Kota Kai. These guys are in there, the daily grind, every day, leading their teams, changing the menus, and really just sprinkling the magic. And I kind of waltz in, go, hey, do a lot of tasting and everything else. And so these guys are going to do two of their favourite dishes. What are you going to do today, Marcus?
I'm going to do a Vietnamese coconut caramel pork belly with a Vietnamese cucumber salad.
A Vietnamese
cucumber salad and a caramel pork belly.
Oh, caramel pork belly. Doesn't that sound delicious? Don't forget, we've got big screens up here. You can watch if you can't quite see the action here. So do have a look there.
And then I'm also going to do a roti john.
You're going to do a
roti john.
A roti john,
Asian street food. So Jude did it on James Martin's Saturday Kitchen. So for anyone who missed that, you're going to see it today.
You can do a live version, but Mark's cooking. He does much better than me. So that roti john, look, like you're right. I did it on James Martin last weekend. I got such a good, it was received really well, and the guys just loved it. And we might just open up a roti john shop after this one.
That's it.
But yeah, the roti john is a dish that's a Malaysian street food dish, and it's something that's close to my heart. My mum's from Malaysia; she's Chinese Malay, and this is something that you traditionally eat. And the story goes that in the 1960s, they think an Englishman, or used to just call them Johns, in Malaysia. Every Englishman's just called John. So a John came up and asked a street vendor to make a sandwich for them, and they came up with the roti john. Roti just means bread, so that's how it is, the roti john. And Chef, what are you cooking for us today?
I'm just going to do a couple of dishes off the menu that we've got at the moment. So it's just going to be some local hand-dyed scallops with some dashi, buttermilk, a little bit of lovage oil, some turnip and apple, and then some crackers that we made from the scallop roes and some crispy seaweed. And then, so Isle of Wight tomatoes are in season now. We've got these lovely Hoja tomatoes. We're going to stuff those with some apple, some crab, some fermented wild garlic, and then make a ponzu out of the juice from the fermented wild garlic, some soy sauce, dashi vinegar, and lime juice.
Oh, it sounds good. Who's feeling hungry already?
Me.
Yes.
That's what I'm here for.
Right, let's get going, shall we?
But yeah, so you can see the difference between the restaurants. Kai's bigger, more Asian style, lots of good street food. Go for it, guys. You can attack your dishes. And Kota's more refined. It's a smaller restaurant, so it's only got 32 seats, so we do a lot less numbers. So the focus is on the food quality of what's local, utilising as much zero waste as possible, utilising every ingredient as we can. And then Kota Kai is really big. I mean, it seats about 100 people now.
Wow, that's a lot, isn't it?
It's a big place.
And I believe it's just had a refit recently this year.
It has. So what started off as a little refit ended up being bigger. And yes, it is true. It is always twice the amount that builders ever always say, the quote, And so it all started with just trying to speed up the bar service there, because the bar was very badly designed to start with. So what I wanted to do is knock down that bar, get it a bit slicker. And we had a little room on the side that didn't really feel right. So I knocked the walls down. Oh. And then it got bigger and bigger and bigger. Now it's some monster restaurant. So yeah.
Who goes in that room now?
It's our open room.
plan,
And so
okay.
what we did was put a lovely fireplace in there and made it more welcoming. And yeah, it's great. I'm really proud of the work they've done. I've got my operations manager. She's over here, Anna Eastwood. And together we came up with a concept, an idea of what we wanted and where we wanted Kota Kai to be next. And then we're going to work on Kota in January this year. So we're going to get a big refurb there.
Oh, well done. So, yeah. Okay. And I believe you've got the bearded barman as well there.
The bearded barman, Chris Jarrett.
Yes, mixologist. He makes some and creates and designs cocktails. I've heard all about him.
Yeah, he's out for rent for anybody, isn't he, that guy? He's so good. Chris, if you're there, I meant him in the best possible way. Because he's so big, he would have probably eaten me for breakfast. But he's a wonderful person to work with. He's got fantastic knowledge of spirits. And so... I've got Chris and my bar manager at Kai, Ashley, to work together. And we did some real Asian flavours, Kai-flavoured cocktails. And it was really nice to see Chris enlighten, or, you know, basically put that flame under Ash that's made him, you know, take drinks to the next level, really.
Oh, wow, that's so good. So, Ross, what are you doing?
So, back
to the cooking.
Hand-dog scallops here. Basically, just one they're cooking. So, I'll just explain to you. So, got these. I've just opened that up, and these ones are absolute beauties. They're really, really big. I think they're from the Helford. So basically, just open it up, get a spoon, and then you just scrape all this out. You can see it's still pulsating. If anyone can see that now. And then basically, you're left with, we've got the scallop, we've got the stomach there, we've got the gonad, which is the roe, which is, I think, males are white and the females are orange. And then we've got the skirts there. You can use all these bits. So the roes we turn into a powder, which I've just dusted the scallop with, which is cooking there. So it's going to give it a nice crust. And then I've also used the roes, dehydrated those, and then made a cracker out of them, which I've then dusted into seaweed. So we've got some sea lettuce, some purple dulse, and some kelp. And again, we've just dehydrated those and then turned them into powders. And then basically the sauce that's going to go with this is some dashi in there, which is a stock made from shiitake mushrooms, kelp, and bonito flakes, which is a type of tuna, is it? Similar to tuna?
It's a big tuna like fish, same family, oily based, and we're starting to get bonito now in Cornwall, believe it or not. So it's a very Japanese ingredient. Last year they had line caught bonito all around the place, so wonderful. And also, you know, with that we've got the return of the blue tuna. So we're, as chefs, we're really super excited about the ingredients we have. Can I just highlight here at the moment, what are you up to, Chef E?
Caramel, so melting the sugar down, waiting for that to start to colour. And then in here I've got some rice wine vinegar, a little bit of fish sauce and some water. That's going to go into the caramelised sugar. That's it. And then we're going to braise the pork belly in that. So this pork belly's already been marinated in sous vide.
Yeah.
To soften it up, and we just finish it off in this caramel for service.
Is it wafting your way? Can you start to smell? Is it coming your way? Oh yeah, it smells really good up here, so I'm glad you can smell it too. Brilliant, Marcus, thank you. That's great.
Thank you, Chef.
Good, good. So how important is seasoning in your food and at Kota and Kota Kai?
Ridiculous. You can't. I mean, it's all about. That's what it's all about, really. It's all about seasoning. I think you can always say that you can always have the same ingredients for every chef, but it's all about the touch of the chef, and that's how it differentiates every chef. And I think we're always testing what we do. And I mean, it's all about: is it enough? Is it too much? So we always test ourselves as well, because we can get a little bit haphazard at times. Think, you know what? You know, we just got to chuck the salt in. So it's good for us to test ourselves all the time.
So, what three ingredients couldn't you do without in the kitchen?
Oh, I can't do that. Salt, garlic, butter.
Brilliant. Okay.
I think that's a good answer, do you think?
I think that's a good answer. Do you think that's a good answer? Any questions? If you've got a question, just put your hand up and I will come and get your question, and I'll put the chefs to the test. So, Marcus, what are you doing now?
So the sugar's caramelised. I've just gone in with those liquids I just told you about. Just going to give that a minute to infuse, and then we're going in with the pork belly. We'll gently braise that down in that caramel sauce.
Okay, lovely.
Desiccated coconut here as well, actually, that's going in there.
Coconut with the pork belly?
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. Good.
Do you want to do your ready, John?
Yes, please, Chef. Yeah,
so this recipe here, so Marcus has just whisked up some eggs, some spring onions, and then here we've got a beef mince. So this is quite simple, this beef mince. It is onions, garlic, ginger, fried off with the beef mince, and then a bit of curry powder, Malaysian curry powder, and that's it. And so what we do here is going to make a little omelette. So we pop this down, like so. 2 eggs per person. If we really want the recipe, it's actually on the James Martin website. So we're going to pop this egg in here, the bread on top. That's that. We just need, I'll use this today. You don't have egg slice in it on you, do you? So we're just going to let that cook very gently at the meantime. Marcus has got some pork in here, which he's reheating. You'll see it takes on this beautiful colour in a minute. What are you up to, Roscoe? Yeah. He's just having breakfast.
So I've just got the scallop on one side, the top side, and that's the side with the dried scallop rolls on top. And now I'm just going to rest that in a butter which I've made with the scallop rolls again. So just utilising all this stuff from the scallop. And we'll leave that in there to soak. So now I've got some apple balls and turnip in this dashi cream, which I've added some buttermilk. You have the buttermilk last minute, obviously it's split when you heat it up. And then I've got some lovage oil. And I'm just going to split the sauce with that.
And have you been practice making these dishes all week and talking to yourself in the kitchen? I just want to know. Been preparing for the Port Leven Food Festival?
Well, I make them every day.
Yeah, they're on the menu.
No, they're already John's not on the menu, but Marcus was wondering yesterday at 10 p.m. He didn't know what he was going to do. He wasn't quite sure.
You weren't quite sure,
I mean, that's the skill of the guy. He just comes on stage and does it. So yeah.
You're just swinging it, are you, Marcus?
Pretty much. I just going to the ready on John here again. You can see that it's quite wet still, and that's really nice. So what the bread has done, it's taking in that egg mix and all that flavour. So it's going to slowly cook, and you'll see what happens. We're going to flip it over in a minute, and then we're going to put
smells
some
really good,
cheese
doesn't it?
and all sorts.
Getting quite
of that.
hungry now.
I wish I did bring a fish slice with me, but hey, I'm hoping Charlie behind me might hear me somewhere
And
come
find
to
a
my
fish
aid.
slice.
Let's have a look. Might be
What,
one here.
in here?
Charles, you've got a fish
Oh, there we go. Here we go. I've got something.
I
A
think he's
flipper
found
of
one.
some kind.
He's
a
got
flipper.
a... Yeah.
Oh, let's do anything.
There you go. So you cut this
He's
off.
got it, he's got it.
Well, I had to make do with what we had, so we put this back in there. So now what we have here is the omelette mix. Pop that in there. I'm now going to add some cheese on this, because everything goes well with cheese. Now we've got our secret ingredients: sriracha.
And can people buy this here at the food festival, these ingredients? Are they available?
You know what? The Roti John is on. These both are on the menu at Kai, and yes, over at
the weekend.
All weekend they'll be on.
All weekend, okay.
This
good.
is just mayonnaise, by the way. On top of that,
Oh, look at that.
Ross is doing something different at Kota Kai. So we've got a load of Great British Menu chefs who have given different recipes for the weekend. So at Kota, we're just doing fine wines, champagne, and Great British Menu dishes. So we've got dishes from people like Ben Palmer, Josh Eggleton, Paul Foster. I mean, amazing, incredible chefs. Tom Brown, who's done for the weekend. Everybody loves Tom Brown. Good Cornish boy. So back to this Roti John quickly. We'll put some cucumbers on top for a bit of crunch. A bit of lettuce. Actually, I'm going to keep that whole. I made this mistake before. I didn't keep it whole and then it fell apart. Then we've got some crispy onions on this side. Some red chilli. Or whatever chilli you can find, actually. I love pickled jalapenos. I love Thai red chilies. Depends how brave I feel, really. And this is just a great breakfast dish. And this is where I make an amazing mess. Let's see if I can make this happen. I think I saved you this one. Here we go.
Chef, thank you.
This is where I get brave, put my big boy's pants on. There he goes.
He just can't help getting involved, can he, Marcus?
He can't.
Thought you were going to do the cooking.
No,
no, it's
Well, I can't help it because it's
can't help
already
himself.
done.
It's
I
in the
can't.
blood.
It is.
And Ross, what are you up to over there? What have you just plated up?
I just plating this in the slice. So I've got some apple puree. It's just going around a circle like that. A slice of scallop. And then we've got the apple and turnip balls, the split sauce, and then the scallop roast pack and a little bit of sea lettuce on top. And that's on our menu at the
Oh,
moment.
it looks good, doesn't it? Yes.
Well, there we go. That's your Roti
Fantastic.
John.
Roti John, look at that. So just talk us through what's in that again for the audience.
So it's a lovely egg spring onion omelette with Malaysian beef curry. You can put whatever ingredients you want there, really. So we've got lettuce and cucumber. We've got chili, crispy onions, sriracha. I'd put some ketchup in there as well. Mayonnaise, and that's it.
Fantastic. Round of applause, please. Look at that. Brilliant. But we're not going to let them go yet because they're still cooking and we've got some more questions. I want to know, we've got some students backstage who are from Cornwall College and they're studying to become chefs.
And Penrith College as well.
And Penrith College. Haven't met them yet. What makes a good chef?
Oh, don't ask me.
Why are these guys so good after 12 years, 10 years working with you? What do you look for?
It's very difficult because in every kitchen and in every workplace you need different types of chefs, don't you? You need some people that are really hard grafters to get their heads down. You need some artists that will have, come up with different ideas and make things look pretty on a plate. So you need a real balance in a kitchen. And it all works as a harmony. If everybody was an artist, there'd be no hard work being done, and vice versa. If everybody's hard working, there's no finesse on a plate. So it's all about balance. And one of the key things we have is that we've got some really fantastic young apprentices from both colleges, and I'm really buoyed by the talent that we've found, how hard-working these young apprentices are, how skillful they are. I'm super proud of them. And it's down to these guys, how they treat them and, get them into that chefing culture. I think this chefing has been a very tough trade for many years, and it was seen as a place where people were kind of bullied and there was a hard kind of environment. We don't have that in our kitchens. It's no point. We treat people like they should be treated, and we've got a very happy team, which is great.
Brilliant. Okay, and what are we doing next? Have we?
Got these lovely Isle of Wight near in season now, just in season now. Heritage tomatoes. This versus season. Basically, I've just put some apple puree in there. We'll follow them out. Put some apple puree in there. Dress some claw meat, the crabs from Myla. It's a really good product. A little bit of mayonnaise, some fermented wild garlic, which is this stuff here, which we obviously wild garlic season is just gone. I would say it's coming to the end, so we've been grabbing loads of it and then fermenting it down just for the month ahead. That is fermented in a 2% brine. You leave it for 2 weeks at room temperature, and then it will store indefinitely. And then I'll make the dressing with a little bit of the fermented juice liquor, which is really pungent. A little bit of tomato consomme, which is the tomatoes blitzed up, and then we strain them overnight in a muslin, and you get this clear liquid. And then I'll add a ponzu, which is the dashi vinegar, lime juice, and white soy, and that's also, we've got a little bit of onion broth in that one as well.
You get to see what Ross is doing at Kota and utilising every single bit, and it's so fantastic that he's got all the oils of the wild garlic and spreading out that season. He's got it pickled, but you go to some kitchens. There's a guy called Gareth Ward, and he will pick bags and bags of wild garlic. So he's got it for the whole year. So he makes huge batches of wild garlic oil. I mean, litres of the stuff. So it's great that we realise that we've got to reap things when they're ready and utilise that season, and not, order out of the season. And in fact, Brexit has left us with no choice. We are purely, focused on British ingredients anyway, but now we can't keep them coming in anyway, so yeah.
And how important is it that you source things locally? Oh,
yeah, absolutely. So we try and support the local trades, and they support us. And so all our fish is, completely local. We're in Cornwall. Probably the best. I mean, I'm from New Zealand, and I think we've got amazing seafood there. But for me, Cornwall has the biggest variety. The scallops are incredible. We don't have the scallops the size of the ones in Scotland, but the variety of fish that we have here is unrivaled, I think.
And what's, Marcus, a question for you, why not? And what's your favourite time of the year to cook? Which season do you like with the food that's available?
I would say summer, I think.
Summer?
Yeah, it's got to be summer, isn't it?
Why is that?
The summer months.
Yeah, he means.
All year round, but just summer, everything's fresher. Everything's brighter. It's a great time of year. Love the summertime.
Yeah, for me, it's spring. I love spring. It's after the long winter, and it's been a very long, wet winter. I really look forward to the new ingredients. Unfortunately, this spring has been very tough. because farmers have been able to,
So wet, isn't
seed.
it?
So so it's a lot of pressure on what local ingredients can get, but we utilise everything. But normally spring is it. Do you want to take us through this dish, by the way? Before
Right, let's go.
Yeah, done.
Yeah, pork belly's all here. It's all braised down,
Oh,
as you
look
can
at
see.
that.
Taking on that beautiful golden brown colour. Over here we've got the cucumber salad. So we've got cucumber ribbons, radishes, we've got some mint, some coriander, some fresh chillies. It's dressed with nok cham, which is a Thai dressing, which fish sauce, lemon juice, vinegar, chillies and garlic, basically. That's it. We normally serve this with a little bit of rice, which is going to be a little salad dish today. So here's our coconut caramel. Simple as that. Beautiful and tender and soft, just falling apart. A little bit of that sauce on top.
Lunch is served.
Nice wedge of fresh lime, and that's that done. Simple but delicious. And some crispy
Fantastic.
onions, sorry. And there we go, done.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Give a round of applause, please. But we're not going to let them go just yet. Let's ask some questions. Oh, we've got Ross as well. And I want to ask some questions from the floor. So if you have a question, start thinking about it. I'm going to come your way in a minute. Ross, what are you up to?
I said I'm finished. So
talk us through
this is the finished tomato dish. Just put some apple puree on the top, a little bit of fermented wild garlic. Split it again with some wild garlic oil and the ponzu. There you have it. It looks beautiful.
Does look beautiful. Presentation, fantastic.
Well done.
Good. Right, questions. Anybody got any questions that they'd like to ask the chefs? Lady at the back there. Yes, do you want to shout it and then I can repeat it? Yes, you. Yeah. Any more hands? Yeah.
How you can replicate the sous vide method at home? You can actually, but you've got these little sous vides which actually basically you can put it in your food in a vat pack bag. You do need it to be vat pack sealed. So that's what you do need it to be done. Maybe if you've got a piece of meat, maybe you can take it down to the local butcher. They might vat pack it for you. They might be really kind. And then they've got something called a Nova stovetop. It's a little sous vide machine that you can put into your pot. And you put it on the side, you put it on, you set the time. So it's possible to do it at home. It's very rare that we use sous vide, especially for smaller portions. Like, if we had to do this, we'd do it by just at home. You wouldn't do it in sous vide. It's just that we have hundreds of people coming in, so we have to do different methods to contain the prep.
It can be braised in the oven, can't it?
Yeah, it can be braised in the oven. That pork is... I prefer to roast in the oven very slowly. So you'd turn up your pork belly... you brine it, turn up your pork belly onto 240 just to get nice and crisp on the outside, see it crisping, then turn it down to about 160 for about another 3 hours. So also before that, you can pour some hot water on top of your pork belly skin, dry it off, score it, put it in the fridge overnight, and that will dry out the skin of your pork even more. The next morning, then you rub it with a little bit of oil and pack it with some Cornish sea salt. I'm not sponsored by Cornish sea salt, but I would like some. And then I let that sit and form a nice little crust. Wipe off any excess salt after an hour or so. Then put it on at 240 degrees. Get it crackled, and then turn it all the way down to 140. Good.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Any more questions from the floor? Yes, you might have to shout.
My favourite, you know what? It's not a meal. It's a method. I'm a bit of a barbecue freak. Okay. I love barbies, and sorry, it was my favourite thing to cook.
Favourite meal to cook and why?
Well, it's really it's about barbecue. So as soon as you get a barbecue on, you know that it's not blinking raining for once. So that fills me with joy. But I barbecue everything: whole chickens, beefs, fish, the vegetables, and everything. I love everything on a barbecue. So you just know that better weather's on its way.
Great. What's your favourite dish to cook? You can think about that one. Any more questions? Any questions from the floor? Yeah, it's hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good. Marcus, what's your favourite dish?
My favourite dish? It's a tricky one. I love a steak. Good steak.
Good steak.
Can't go wrong with a good steak. Yeah,
lovely. Good steak. Ross, got to ask you the same question.
It depends on the mood, I suppose, but ramen. Noodle soup of some sort, yeah.
Okay, nice. Okay, last question for Jews, and then we're going to let them go. We've got more chefs coming. You're working with the charity Hospitality Action.
Yes.
Yeah, tell us about that. What is that?
I'm an ambassador for quite a few charities, and it's just so important to do charity work. And if you could sell, a ticket by using your name, then so be it. But I'm a real advocate for Hospitality Action, and especially right now. I mean, hospitality is having a very tough time. Hospitality Action not only helps people, chefs that have fallen on hard times, whether it be mentally, it helps with alcohol abuse, drug abuse, mental abuse. There's so many factors. It's a very stressful job being a chef, as you can tell. Look at us. We're so stressed out. But actually it is quite a high pressure job, and Hospitality Action really helps pick up those people and gets them support, and it's a really important charity for me.
Brilliant. Well, let's give it up, please, for Jude, Ross and Marcus. Thank you from Kota and Kotakai. Good job. Brilliant.
Well done.
And are the recipes available for people?
That one's available on James Martin.
Okay, James Martin, are you going to get this one? Yeah?
That one will take you 2 months.
2 months, okay.
So if you start fermenting now, you should have something by September.
Okay, well, we're around. Brilliant. Please, another round of applause, please,
Thank
for Jude
you.
Kariyama and his team, Marcus and Ross. Fantastic. Good stuff. Right, well, don't go anywhere. At 11:45, we have Stuart Eddy and Bryok Williams from The Square coming to do a demo here. So if you need to grab a cup of tea and maybe some lunch, it might be a bit early for lunch, then do come back. My name is Claire Rowley, and I'll be here in another 15 minutes. Thank you.
Bring your sister over here, let her dance with me just for the hell of it. Well, you must be a boy with bones like that. She said you got me wrong. I would have told him to you if I could have just to keep the last of my clothes on. Oh yeah. Call me up, take me down with you when you go. I could be your regular belle. I know she danced for little Stephen and Joanna around the back of my hotel. Oh yeah. I was good, she was hot, stealing everything she got. I was bold, she was over the worst of it. Give me a kiss, thank you dear. Bring your sister over here, let her dance with me just for the hell of it. Tell me, I believe the way I feel slowly.
telling a story and you find it boring, you're thinking of something to say. You'll go along with it, then drop it and humiliate me in front of our friends. Then I'll use that voice that you find annoying and say something like, yeah, intelligent input, darling, why don't you just have another beer then? Then you'll call me a bitch and everyone we're with will be embarrassed and I won't give a shit. My fingertips are holding onto the cracks in our foundation, and I know that I should let go, but I can't. And every time we fight, I know it's not right. Every time that you're upset and I smile, I know I should forget, but I can't. You said I must eat so many lemons, 'cause I am so bitter. I said I'd rather be with your friends, mate, 'cause they are much fitter. Yes, it was childish and you got aggressive, and I must admit that I was a bit scared, but it gives me thrills to wind you up. My fingertips are holding onto the cracks in our foundation, and I know that I should let go, but I can't. And every time we fight, I know it's not right. Every time that you're upset and I smile, I know I should forget, but I can't. Your face is pasty, 'cause you've gone and got so wasted. What a surprise. Don't want to look at your face, 'cause it's making me sick. You've gone and got sick on my trainers. I only got these yesterday. Oh my gosh, I cannot be bothered with this. Well, I'll leave you there till the morning, and I purposely won't turn the heating on. And dear God, I hope I'm not stuck with this one. My fingertips are holding onto the cracks in our foundation, and I know that I should let go, but I can't. And every time we fight, I know it's not right. Every time that you're upset and I smile, I know I should forget, but I can't. And every time we fight, I know it's not right. Every time that you're upset and I smile, I know I should forget, but I can't. And every time we fight, I know it's not right. Every time that you're upset and I smile, I know I should forget, but I can't.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning and a very, very warm welcome to the Porthleven Food Festival 2024. My name's Claire Rowley and I'm your host for today. Give us a cheer if you've been to the Porthleven Food Festival before. Woohoo! And give me a cheer if it's your first time. Oh, very good, very good. Well, you're in for a really lovely treat. Of course, it's now in its 16th year. Started in 2009, but we missed a couple because of COVID, but we won't mention that. Anyway, please welcome to the Chef's Theatre. We've got the fantastic two chefs from the Square in Porthleven. We've got Brioc Williams and we've also got Stu Eddy. Give it a round of applause. Come on, come on. Brilliant. Okay, so Brioc, what are we going to cook today?
Right, so we've got 2 dishes each. I'm going to do the pretty dishes that we've got, similar to the ones we've got on the menu. I'm going to do a mackerel dish, with some pickled cucumber and some horseradish cream. And I'm also going to do a asparagus with a cheese sablé, pea puree, and some rosemary goat's cheese.
Oh,
and
sounds
Stu's
nice.
going to do a couple of dishes too.
What are you going to do, Stu?
Well, I'm going to do a little sort of spring turbot dish with some spring veg. I'm going to braise the turbot, and then all the spring veg, etc., will be cooked in with the liquid. So basically, all the flavour stays into it. And I'm going to do a little sea bass dish with a heritage tomato, potato, olive salad. Again, very similar to what we do at the Square. We don't try not to overcomplicate things. It's all about the quality of the ingredients, preferably Cornish whenever we can get it. So, yeah, do you want to go? Well, we'll just do some cooking, shall we?
Yeah, probably a bit. Right, I'm going to get pickled cucumber on quickly. So we need a little pickling liquor. So I've got white wine vinegar, sugar. I've got some spices, some coriander, a bit of star anise, some fennel seeds. We just put those and some lemon zest, and put those onto a pan, and we'll bring them to the boil. And then we'll slice the cucumber down the middle, take out the seeds, and just slice it thinly. I'll carry on doing that while Stu starts off whatever he's doing first.
So I'm just sort of going to start getting the liquid in here. I've got a little bit of white wine vinegar, shallot reduction, and a little bit of white wine. I'm just going to boil the alcohol off of that for now. And then in with some fish stock, which we made this morning over at the Square. So basically what we're trying to do here is just build up flavours.
So did you have an early start this morning, did you, Stu?
Every day's an early start.
How early did you get up to start preparing for this today?
No, well, I only really started prepping for it this morning, but we've been sort of working on it for the week. And
talking about what you're going to cook?
Yeah. But, I mean, it is a sort of fair representation of what we do at the Square. As I said, we don't try to overcomplicate things too much.
And Briok, how important is seasoning in your food?
Seasoning, it's the most important thing.
I knew that.
It's essentially, it's the first thing every chef should learn is to taste their food all the way through cooking it. And the aim is to kind of build up layers of seasoning as you go, so not to season it all at the end, but as you're saying, if you're frying some onions for your bolognese or something like that, you just start seasoning the onions first, and then you build up that seasoning as you're adding more ingredients.
Okay, and people can do this at home, of course, can't they? You recommend this seasoning process for people at home?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can't. It is literally the kitchens that I've worked in. It is absolutely fundamental to anything you cook. Really, if you don't season it, ultimately, cooking's not really about. You sort of see stuff on the TV sometimes, and the dishes look amazing, but it's that attention to detail, because if it doesn't taste amazing, then it kind of defeats the object a little bit. So my background was all about sort of building up layers of seasoning, which is what I'm doing here, really. So I'm just going to start going in with the turbot, and I'm just going to go with just the tiniest bit of sea salt on it. And I'm just going to turn that down, drop my piece of turbot in, and...
So what 3 ingredients couldn't you do without in your kitchen?
Putting
them on the spot now. Come on. Any
Definitely.
questions from the audience? Do chip in, please. Put your hands up. Chip in.
Salt.
Yeah.
Salt. Pepper, not so much. You've got to be very careful with pepper. It can be a real overpowering one. But certainly with most things, savoury things you're looking for a good level of seasoning, acidity, and
salt, lemon, and
salt,
butter.
lemon. Cami butter, could be olive oil.
Olive oil, So talking of seasoning, I've sliced my cucumbers up. I took the seeds out the middle, just scraped them out with a spoon, and I'm going to salt the cucumber for a little bit, because A seasons it, B draws out some of the moisture out of the cucumber. So just a little bit. You don't want too much, but you leave that for.
So for those who
minutes.
just walked in, just repeat what you're going to be cooking for us today, so everyone at the back can catch up.
Okay, so we got mackerel with pickled cucumber and horseradish cream, creme fraiche, and an asparagus tart with pea puree and rosemary goat's cheese. A poached turbot dish with spring vegetables.
So what I'm trying to do is actually poach here. I don't want to be boiling it, because that's going to make the fish tighten up when it's cooking. So it's quite a slow process. Take about 4 or 5 minutes. And then what I'll do is I'll take the fish out, rapidly bring everything down and add everything in. I put the little slice, these are sort of new season baby carrots that I've just sliced very thinly. They're going in now because they're going to take a while to cook, so they'll take about the right time. And then when I finish, I'll go home and I've got some asparagus, some broad beans, and I'll finish it with some chopped herbs. This is the sauce. It's not really a sauce, more of a dressing. So this is a herb oil that we use. So basically you just take an olive oil, a load of basil, some thyme, some lemon zest, and you just gently heat that up, and you get this really fragrant basil herb oil, which is very, very versatile for loads of things. Great on any salads, great in something like this. Just a very versatile thing to do. So what I'm looking for in here is just a very gentle simmer, and when you're not cooking on your own stove, you get very used to your own stove. So it is just a question of keeping an eye on it and letting it cook. And while that's happening, I'm going to start the sea bass, I think.
So, Briok, tell us about the menu at the Square. What's on it, and what's your signature dishes?
Oh, signature dishes. I don't really go because it depends what's in season.
It's got to be the pork belly, surely.
Yeah, but yeah,
pork
yeah.
belly.
Oh, the audience will know the pork belly.
Apparently, yeah. To be fair, that has been
it's like that's been following me around for about a decade now. That is.
But yes,
we can't literally take it off the menu. We have tried to take it off the menu a couple of times.
Show of hands, have you had the pork belly at the Square? Oh, look, these are your tribe. They're in to see you. Well done.
That'll be on my gravestone. Eli Stew. He did a good pork
belly. Very good. So why is your pork belly so special? Tell us what's in it and how you prepare it.
I can't tell you. Not here.
You can't.
Okay,
we can't give away the trade secret.
I could tell you, but then we'd have to kill you.
We basically, it's very, very slow cooked. We confit it in duck fat for about 8 hours, so it just gets really, really soft, and then we let it set in the fridge. And then when it's set, you can portion it up. And then what that does, it's a good service dish because basically all you've got to do then is just caramelise on the outside, 5 minutes in the oven, and it's good to go. And it's just very, very versatile. We use Primrose Herd. It's the only pork we ever use, which are based up in Redruth, and I think they're over at there. I think they've got a store over there today.
Oh, okay.
It's just a really great product. So, you don't have to... If you've got great produce, you don't have to be too clever with it, really. You can just, let it shine, basically.
And how important is it that your produce is sourced locally?
Well, I would say, it's massively important. It's the way it should be, really, isn't it? You don't want to be using... I'm not overly zealous about it, but...
Do you get anything from China?
No, not that I'm aware of, anyway.
Just checking. We like to know these things.
No, we try to keep it southwest. I won't put it on the menu just because it's Cornish. The quality's got to be there as well. But, we are, as I've said before, we are absolutely blessed. I've worked all over the UK and worked abroad. And 100%, the produce in Cornwall is second to none. The quality of the fish we get coming through the door, it's literally travelled, I don't know, Newlyn to here, what's that, 6 miles, something like that. Most of it's Newlyn. Using suppliers like Primrose Herd, my butcher, it's all Cornish beef that we use. So, it's just great stuff. So it makes your life easier. And then fruit and veg, I've got a great little veg supplier in St Hilary that I use, and whatever they're growing, I will use on the menu. I'll say, right, what have you got, and then I'll take that ingredient, and then Briok and I'll say what we're going to do with it, basically.
Right.
So it is. You have got amazing produce down here, which speaks for itself, really.
Good.
So no, I don't buy anything.
Occasionally get something from Devon, but...
Do you? Oh dear, dodgy. Don't trust you if it's coming from Devon.
Yeah.
So what are you up to now, Briok?
I've got... So this is probably a slightly quicker process. I'm going to use pickled cucumber that I've already made, but that's been salted. You can see the liquid starting to come out of it. I don't know if you can, but the liquid's starting to come out of it.
Oh, yeah.
And basically, you let the pickling liquor cool down and pour it on the top.
Oh.
And then just leave that. And then, if you taste it, got a slight level of seasoning that's good. You can taste it before you put the pickling liquor on. If you put too much salt on, you can always wash some of it off.
Okay.
But,
I didn't know you could do that. Wash it off. Good,
yeah,
good.
yeah, that's absolutely fine. So I've made a little horseradish cream. So this is fresh horseradish. It's been grated this morning, and it's just been soaked in a little bit of vinegar, white wine vinegar, just to let it chill out a little bit because it's quite strong. And then we'll put some of that in, mix it with some creme fraiche, and I've got plenty of dill in there. A little bit of salt. And then obviously you can always add stuff, but you can't take it out, so put in a bit of horseradish first, taste it, add a bit more of whatever you need. So
that's what I do at home.
And no double dipping.
How's that tasting?
Delightful.
Good,
Touch more
good.
seasoning. But I think that's a good level.
Nearly lunchtime.
Of horseradish.
Got creme fraiche there, or cream, one of the two?
Cream is right there.
Lovely.
Good.
So my turbot is pretty much cooked, I hope. Otherwise I'm not going to be able to get the skin off and then I'll look stupid. But we'll just go with that. So what I'm doing now, so as I was talking about, all the flavours have stayed in this dish, basically. So all the flavour from that turbot is in there now. And I've already got a lovely little flavour going on. And then into that, I'm going to add all these in the last moment. But I'm just going to put a little bit of new potato in there. Now, just to warm that through.
Oh, I don't know how to work this.
And a little bit of tarragon is going to go in at the end. And a little bit of basil.
And start to smell the flavours wafting. Are they reaching you yet, the audience? Are they coming your way? Yeah? Making you hungry? Or somebody started lunch already? What have you got there? Don't say a bag of chips, is it?
Oh, wow.
Oh.
So it's like dirty fries.
Oh, a bit of duck.
Dirty fries or something
Nice.
like that. I
No,
saw
duck.
those
He's
earlier,
got some
wasn't
duck down there.
it?
Lovely.
So the second dish I'm going to do is a little asparagus, which is, I think it was the official start of the asparagus season on Tuesday or something, I heard on the radio. But, it is banging season at the moment. This is English asparagus. We've just prepped it, just taken off. So when you get asparagus, it's usually got quite a woody end. So you'll take your asparagus, and if you just snap off the end, just let it snap naturally, it'll basically snap where the woody bit ends. So, and then you just trim the end off, and we just chef up a little bit by just peeling the ends off. It makes it look nice. But they'll take boiling salt water. They'll take a minute for these small ones, maybe a minute and a half. I've got these little cheese sablés. So basically, we make them. It's on our menu at the moment. It's essentially just a short crust dough with cheese in it, rolled into like a little tart.
It's on BBC baked. Good Food if anybody wants a recipe.
We get all our best recipes from BBC Good Food. But don't tell anyone. So yeah, it's delicious. So you use a nice strong cheese. So we got Keen's cheddar. We use, which is a really nice, proper salty cheddar that really hits the back of your throat. Obviously, I can't make them here. Take too long, but we're going to warm one of those up. I'm going to make some pea puree to go with it, which is very easy. Just some fresh peas. I'll heat up some cream with some mint in it, and a little bit of seasoning. Heat it up, and then in a blender, which we haven't got here at the moment, we put it in, blend it up, and then pat it for a sieve, and then you get a nice smooth pea puree, which looks like that. So I'll put that together, and we'll see that one at the end of the demo.
Fantastic. So
right,
Stu,
I'm pretty much good to go
now?
on this first dish. So this dish is all about the sauce, really, and the quality of the ingredients. You could use any fish, any white fish, cod, hake. We use a lot of hake at the Square. It's great fish. So in the sauce now, as I said, all the flavours in there. I basically said that the fish stock has come down, tiny bit of cream, reasonable amount of butter, and I don't know if you can see that. You've got all these lovely spring veg. You've got some broad beans, some asparagus. And I've tasted this 2 or 3 times. So I was talking about getting that right level of seasoning. For something like this, you really don't want it to be too salty on the first taste because there's going to be quite a lot of it on the plate. So if it's too salty on the first taste, it's going to be too salty by the end of the dish. So anything like this, you taste
at least twice. We go on third time seasoning, basically, is what we call it. This is for anything like a soup or a fish stew or anything like that. You definitely don't want it, if it's too salty when you go, first of all, halfway through you're sort of a bit like that and, you're struggling with it. So what I'm going to do here, that's good to go, that's ready to go. This now, hopefully, this turbot skin, I've just kept that, I've rested that because it's quite a meaty fish, and that skin just peels off and you have this lovely little pristine bit of fish underneath. And all I'm going to do now, so, we generally go for a relatively simple presentation at the square. Just so all of those lovely fresh vegetables, they've all gone from raw as well. So all of that flavour is in there, basically. So, and I don't want to go too much in there. And then in with the sauce. Piece of fish on the top, and then I'm just going to put a little bit of the garnish on the top as well. So very clean, very simple. I don't think you're allowed to taste it, are you? Oh, never mind.
No, it's all changed, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I think I can taste it.
Yeah. Do you want to taste the sauce?
Oh, I have a little taste,
You can give
yeah.
you can have a little
Thank
taste.
you. Right, let's try it. I'll try it for all of us.
I've got a tenner in my
That's
pocket.
lovely. Very delicious. Absolutely delicious. Lovely. Now I'm really hungry.
So that is the braised. That's one dish. So that's braised turbot. It's quite classical. It's not. We haven't got a vac pack machine or anything like that at the square. It's all it's all about flavour, classical technique. Super tasty dish, and hopefully, if I go into that turbot now, you should see. I don't know if I take a piece off. Don't know if you can see that. Can you see that? It's like the shine, the glistening of it. So it's got a real, moist. So it's just cooked. And you're right, it is lovely.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, round of applause, please. For stew, like that. Right, let's go to brie.
Right, so I've got the mackerel. Just a little bit of seasoning on there. So mackerel, when you put it down, skin side down in the pan, it kind of curls up, generally tightens up. So if you put it t'other way around for a little bit, that won't happen. Obviously, it's beautiful fish. It doesn't need to be cooked very, very long. You want it. Some people like it even pink in the middle, but I'm going to cook it just so it's just cooked. And then I've got my pickled cucumber, a little bit of pea shoots. I've got some herb oil there.
I do.
So this is herb oil we make. Basically, we take extra virgin olive oil and infuse it with basil, thyme, garlic, lemon zest. I've forgotten anything there about
That's
it.
it,
And just bring it up to the boil, basically, and just leave it infused for 24 hours. And you get a kind of background, lovely, kind of herby taste. And then we just add some chopped herbs to that. And then use it as a dressing, because it's delicious. And turn that over. Still want, just going to press it down a little tiny bit. Does not take very long at all.
A bit like my cooking, the fire alarm's going to go off.
I know, I can't. Not used to these gases, they're a bit. Yeah, that might be it. So, just over, there we go. Oh, pretty much done. A little bit of lemon juice. Just check the seasoning. Voila. I mean, mackerel is beautiful. You don't really need to do a huge amount to it.
Oh, look at that. It looks great.
So I'm going to just maybe take some chives, a little bit of something else. Tarragon, maybe. And then bit dill. Just mix the herbs in. Just finish it off. Beauty.
And there you go. There's your
Beauty.
mackerel. Look at that. Wow. Let's have a round of applause for Brio.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I quite like the square. Can't wait to go there. Brilliant. Stu, what are you up to now? You can't
So
stop.
I'm cooking the sea bass. now. This is all but done. So it's a good one to do at home, actually. It's so simple. It is literally about quality of the tomatoes. There's some sliced olives in there, the herb oil, a little bit of lemon juice, a little bit of seasoning, some sliced new potatoes. And you're literally just warming that. That's all you do. You don't want it to boil at all. It's just kind of like a warm salad. Sea bass here. So it's all focusing now on cooking the sea bass properly. Can you see that from where you guys are on the telly? Yeah. So what I'm trying to do is I'm really trying to crisp up that skin. So a majority of the cooking, probably about 2/3 of the cooking, if not slightly more, will be done on the skin side. So I want that lovely crispy sea bass skin. And if you can see, I don't know if you can see that, but around the edges you can see it's starting to go opaque. So basically I'm cooking it from underneath. That heat's coming up through it. It's going to take about 3 minutes to cook. But it's about, I think people tend to get a bit, it's about you being in control and looking what's happening in the pan. So I'm looking at that and I'm thinking that's going quite nicely at the moment. Maybe it's getting a little bit smoky. Turn it down, simple as that, that's what you've got to do. Turn it down for a minute or two and that'll slow that down. And I'm just pushing that, they tend to curl a little bit, so I'm just pressing down on the top just so that hopefully when I turn that over, you'll have a lovely golden brown skin.
Great. And Stu, I have to ask you, you said you'd worked around the world. I want to be a bit nosy. Where have you worked? Where have you chefed around the world?
So, one that everybody knows is I worked for Raymond Blanc for 3 years, back in the 1990s. Yes, that's how old I am.
Oh, you don't look it.
It was early 90s as well. So I worked there. I also worked with a great chef called Mike Walmsley at Lutnam Park in Bath. I worked with him when he'd just come back from working in like 3 stars in France. And I was there when we got a Michelin star there as well, which was fantastic. Again, really early 90s. And then I sort of travelled. I worked on a private yacht for a while. Did a ski season, as you do, these things, just sort of worked all over. I grew up just down the road in Marazion. So back in the 1980s, there was 100% not the food scene that there is in Cornwall now. It's so buoyant now. But if you really wanted to learn to cook, you pretty much had to leave Cornwall, which I did. So I worked with some great chefs, had a good time, but this is always going to be home, isn't it? If you know, you know. So I came back. Well, actually, I went to the Isles of Scilly before I went. Dragged my wife kicking and screaming to the Isles of Scilly for 5 years, and we worked on St Martin's. I was the head chef of the hotel there, and Anna, my wife, ran reception. And then we had the Victoria at Perraneth now, back in the day, and then we got the Square 12 years ago, I think. So yeah,
so you've not been up to much then?
No. I like to keep busy.
Brios, same questions.
Well, I came out from different. I did a chemistry degree at uni, and
I think you need that for the spices.
Yeah, and then decided that I started working in a pub and worked in the kitchen for a bit and fell in love with it. So ditched the chemistry and became a chef instead. I worked around kind of Oxfordshire, Buckinghamshire, a couple of nice places. Worked for Chris Barber, who was the Prince Charles's head chef at Sandringham or wherever it was for a while. He had a little restaurant in Oxfordshire that I worked at, and then I came home, and that was it.
All right, not looked back since then. Brilliant, brilliant. All right.
So this pan, I've taken this off the heat now. There's enough heat in the pan that's going to finish that cooking. So I've just put a little bit more herb oil in. And this is something we use a lot. It's just chopped garlic and parsley, basically. Really nice way to finish any piece of fish. And I'm just going to basically let that finish in there. So I'm going to turn that off because that's my cooking done, hopefully. This is a little, it's we call it tomato fondue. Basically, it's very, very reduced. Onions, garlic, thyme, olive oil. Cook them down really slowly so they're super soft. And we actually use tinned tomatoes in this at this time of year because of the quality of the tomatoes. In the summer, when tomatoes are good, we would use fresh tomato, but at this time of year they're not so great. So and basically you just cook that down to a fondue. It's essentially a pizza topping, is essentially what it is, basically. But we'll call it a fondue for today's. So a little quinoa of that, but it's really intense, really tomatoey, so it just kind of gives that little oomph in the dish. And all I'm going to do now is just these have just been warmed through. Just a little bit of this around.
Oh, it smells so good up here. Can you smell that? Oh, lovely.
So, and when, you know, I don't want to chuck too much on the plate. I want to try and keep the bass to be the star, basically. So that's probably about enough. And again, every time before it goes on the plate, we taste. So we're looking for that level of seasoning. Needs a little bit of lemon juice just to cut through the richness there. And I'm also going to finish the top of the fish. Generally always finish the fish with lemon. And I think I'm going to just lift the fish on. So that will have finished cooking now. And then just a little drizzle of the dressing around.
Put my pea puree as it is. My pea puree of this. Here. Oh, fine. Thank you.
Right here.
So and that's the sea bass, nice summery dish. You could serve it as a starter with a smaller portion. You could serve it as a main course. Very nice lunch with a little green salad on the side. So that's sea bass with new potatoes, heritage tomatoes, olives, fennel, whatever you want to put in it really. Just make sure it tastes nice. That's all you got to do. So.
Brilliant. You can't see that one. Bring that one forward a little bit.
Which way?
Can you see that?
Which way?
Back a bit. Back a bit.
Back a bit more? No?
Oh!
He's behind you!
Is that all right?
Oh, there we go. Good. So that's the spot. Good. So, Priok, what are you doing? What's
right,
that?
Well, first of all, I'm burning my cheese tart, so apparently the oven's on really high, but the first lesson
another
is...
one, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got another one. It's in there now. Don't serve it. If you wouldn't be happy with it, don't serve it. So I'm following my advice there. So I've warmed the... I put some of the pea puree on the little cheese sablé, and I've warmed it this time rather than absolutely mullered it. I'm going to cook my asparagus, so it won't take very long.
I wouldn't have done that.
No. You never boil anything over, you never burn.
Absolutely not. No. Every day.
Every day. So, asparagus is in. I set my imaginary timer for 1 minute.
1 minute.
And
okay.
So I've utilised the herb oil again, and this time I've put some peas in, and I've chopped some dill and mint through it. We've got some rosemary goat's cheese here, which is it's a fresh goat's cheese, so it's really soft and crumbly. Where does it come from?
Salisbury.
Salisbury.
Yeah. Just past Truro.
No, it's delicious. It's really crumbly and kind of tangy, and like a real fresh, lovely goat's cheese. So that works really well with the peas and the asparagus. I'll wait for those to be already.
And do you come up with new dishes every year?
Yeah, well, we sort of. There's some things that like pork belly. We'll sort of like, what different garnish can we do? We can't take the pork belly off, so that stays on.
Yeah.
But no, we work seasonally. Asparagus will be on the menu from now until probably June-ish, beginning of June, and when it's gone, it's gone. You know, we'll move on to whatever else is coming in.
Seasonal, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So we look at the ingredients and work from there. And we've got sort of certain garnishes that think, oh, that dish works equally well. So, you know, that garnish there doesn't have to be sea bass, it would work well with any fish. It actually work really nicely with a piece of chicken, you know, or something like that. So, you know, stuff like that. We try to move it along, keep it interesting, you know.
So I took the asparagus out, and I've just dressed it with some of the herb oil, just to give it a little coating, a little shine. Seasoned it, and then we'll just crumble some of the goat's cheese on the top, and that'll...
Lovely. And I should ask the audience, if you've got any questions, if you have a question that you're keen to ask, just put your hand up and we'll put it to the chefs. Let's see if we can trip them up. Come on.
Lady over there.
Lady over there. Right, you might have to shout and then I can repeat it. Off you go. Do you split the roles between each other?
Well,
and do you have your own dishes that you prefer to do?
Briox, the head chef, he runs the kitchen on a day-to-day basis. I basically come in and make life difficult. That's essentially my role now. No, Briox pretty much takes staff willing. Briox runs the kitchen for me. But most dishes that we sit down once, twice a week, go through the menus, see what's around, and then we work it out between us, basically. So it's very much a team effort for sure. Yeah.
Is that what you do at home? Oh, you do all the cooking, do you? Oh, you wash up. I wash up at home. Any other questions for our chefs from the square today? Yes. Hold on, let me repeat the question for those that can't hear at the back. For the sea bass, what's the best oil to use?
You definitely don't want to be using an extra virgin olive oil or something like that if you're frying at a high temperature. So really just the sunflower oil, a vegetable oil, because they've got a much higher burning point, basically. If you use something like an olive oil, it's going to lose all of that aroma and freshness. You can finish with an olive oil, which I don't know if you saw when I did that. I didn't bring any vegetable oil, so I didn't actually cook it in olive oil because I forgot to bring it. But I added a bit more herb oil at the end when it was off the heat, so it kept that freshness. So you would still have, if only you could smell that, but it would have that aroma still there. Not a massive amount, but people get don't forget that most of the oil is going to get left in the pan as well. So you don't want to have your pan too dry. You need enough in there that you can actually fry that skin and get it crispy. And then, so I would say maybe just enough to cover the bottom of the pan, really. But as I said about when you're cooking, if it looks like it needs a bit more, it's about you being in control and looking what's happening in the pan. So if it looks like it needs a bit more, put a bit more in. You're not necessarily going to be eating that.
Brilliant, brilliant. Well, fantastic. Haven't they done a brilliant job? Really good effort today. Please give it up for Stu Eddy and Briox Williams from the Square. Fantastic. If you want to come up and take pictures of the food, you're more than welcome. Brilliant. Thank you.
Right, where's our
Coming up at 12:30, I've got Joe Fallowfield from the Housel Bay Hotel. So he's going to be coming up and cooking. It might be a bit later than that. All right, look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
If you take
Woke up cold one Tuesday. I'm looking tired and feeling quite sick. I felt like there was something missing in my day-to-day life. So I quickly opened the wardrobe, pulled out some jeans and a t-shirt that seemed clean, topped it off with a pair of old shoes that were ripped around the seams. And I thought these shoes just don't suit me. Hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything's right. I said, hey, I put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so inviting. Oh, short on money but long on time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine, and I'm running late and I don't need an excuse, so I'm wearing my brand new shoes. Woke up late one Thursday, and I'm seeing stars as I'm rubbing my eyes, and I felt like there were 2 days missing as I focused on the time. Then I made my way to the kitchen, but I had to stop from the shock of what I found. A room full of all of my friends, all dancing round and round. And I thought, hello new shoes, bye-bye blues. Hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything's right. I said, hey, I put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so inviting. Oh, short on money but long on time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine, and I'm running late and I don't need an excuse, so wearing my brand new shoes. Take me wandering through these streets where bright lights and angels meet. Stone to stone they take me on. I'm walking till the break of dawn. Take me wandering through these streets where bright lights and angels meet. Stone to stone they take me on. I'm walking till the break of dawn. Hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything is right. I said, hey, I put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so inviting. Oh, short on money but a long time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine, and I'm running late and I don't need an excuse, so wearing my brand new shoes. Oh, hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything is right. I said, hey, I put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so inviting. Oh, short on money but a long time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine, and I'm running late and I don't need an excuse, so wearing my brand new shoes.
Old and empty house,
so hold my hand, I'll walk with you, my dear.
The stairs creak as you sleep, it's keeping me awake.
It's the house telling you to close your eyes.
And some days I can't even trust myself.
It's killing me to see this way, 'cause though the truth may vary, this ship will carry our bodies into shore.
Holding me back.
Well, tell her that I miss our little talks.
Soon it will be over and buried with our past.
We used to play outside when we were young and full of life and full of love.
Some days I don't know if I am alright.
Your mind is playing tricks on you, my dear. 'Cause though the truth may vary, this ship will carry our bodies safe to shore. Don't listen to a word You're gone, gone, gone away. I watched you disappear. All that's left is a ghost of you. Now we're torn, torn, torn apart. There's nothing we can do. Just let me go, we'll meet again soon. Now wait, wait, wait for me. Please hang around. I'll see you when I'm gonna see. Don't listen to a word I say. The screams all sound the same. Though the truth may vary, this ship will carry on. I'll be safe to shore. Don't listen to a word I say. The screams all sound the same. Though the truth may vary, this ship will carry on. I'll be safe to shore. Though the truth may vary, this ship will carry on. Body safe to shore. Though the truth may vary, this ship will carry on. Body safe to shore.
Junk of the heart, the junk in my mind. So hard to leave you all alone. We get so drunk that we can hardly see. And what use is that to you or me, baby? See, I know just nothing makes you shatter. No, no. You're a lover of the wild and a joker of the heart. But are you mine? I wanna make you happy. I wanna make you feel alive. Let me make you happy. I wanna make you feel alive last night. I wanna make you happy. You a good girl tonight. To be sunk, life is no race. When I'm not happy, I'm in disgrace. So I spend time kissing on you. Oh, you're a lover of the wild and a joker of the heart. But are you mine? I wanna make you happy. I wanna make you feel alive. Let me make you happy. I wanna make you feel alive at night. I wanna make you happy. But you a good girl tonight. Yes. Still I notice something makes you shatter. No, no. You're a lover of the wild and a joker of the heart. And are you mine? I wanna make you happy. I wanna make you feel alive. Let me make you happy. I wanna make you feel alive at night. I wanna make you happy. You a good girl tonight.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome to the Porthleven Food Festival 2024. Give us a cheer. And welcome to the Chef's Theatre. Now, the Porthleven Food Festival is in its 16th year. Can you believe it? It started in 2009, although we did skip a couple of years because of COVID. But anyway, here we are. And please welcome to the Chef's Theatre, Joe Fallowfield, excuse me, at the Housel Bay Hotel. Fantastic. Please welcome to the stage. Also joining Joe, we have some students from Penwith College, Vinny, Richard and Joey. Round of applause for them. I think you're going to be putting them to the test, aren't you? And you're going to work them hard this morning.
Yeah, no, absolutely. In classic head chef fashion, I'm not going to do any cooking. I'm going to get these guys to do pretty much all of it.
Good. You look a little bit nervous there. Are you good, Richard? Are you? Good. Okay, Joe, so please tell us what's on the menu this afternoon.
Yeah, amazing. So we're going to do two different dishes. The first one's going to be a main course, which is going to be on our next tasting menu, so in about 3 weeks' time. Lots of seasonal spring vegetables on it, and then we've got the cod here, just some absolutely stunning fresh cod. Absolutely the most important thing is the cod itself. So we've got some ultra fresh cod. It's going to be a real classical French dish. We're just going to do a little lemon butter sauce. And then a little parsnip puree just underneath. And the sweetness and the acidity really works really well. It's like a real tasty mouthful.
Well, that sounds good. You're looking forward to that? Sounds nice, doesn't it? Okay, brilliant. So let's start them off. What are we going to do first?
Right, so the very first thing we do is we need to make a little white wine reduction. So I've got white wine here. I've got white wine vinegar here. So both of those go into there. I'm going to put a little bit of lemon juice in there as well. A tiny touch of the peel. And ultimately, you want to try and get as much flavour into this as you possibly can, as quick as you can, just because it's a real quick process. Tiny touch of thyme there as well. So really not complicated at all. And then basically we're going to whiz that on that, and you're going to be in charge of reducing that down until it's about this much left in it, okay? So that white wine reduction is going to go down. And then basically, once we've got that down, we're just going to take the lemon peel, the thyme, all out of it. Basically, we're left with something which is quite rich and quite acidic. At that point, we're just going to put a tiny splash of double cream into it. I'm going to give these guys this whisk. And then
Richard's keen. Look, he's stepping forward. Come on, Richard.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm going to give Richard the whisk. We're going to slowly add butter to it, and it's basically going to incorporate into the sauce. So you end up with this really buttery, rich. They call it beurre blanc in France. So it's
beurre blanc, okay.
Yeah, it's like an ultra classical dish. Meanwhile, we'll make this pasta. We'll get someone else to make this parsnip puree.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to cook that down. Basically, that goes underneath the sauce around it, and then the other chef we've got here, we'll just get him to blanch off the spring vegetables I've got here. So I've got.
I think Vinny, yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So Vinny, you're 19, 17. Richard and Joey, you are the baby of the group. You're 16. Right. Okay. And how long have you been at Penwith College?
So I've been in Penwith College for 2 years now.
2 years. Okay.
Yeah, I've been here for 2 years.
So your second year, and your first year, you must be.
Yeah, it's about half a year.
All right, how's it going?
It's pretty good.
Enjoying it? What have you learned? Are you going to be a chef when you're older?
Yeah, most likely.
That's the plan. Good. We have to work hard. So, yeah, good. Okay, Joey, so, yeah, what would you do
amazing.
next?
So the spring vegetables I've got here, I've got asparagus, broad beans, girolles, a little bit of kale, and then just some frozen peas, which is actually like the freshest way to get peas. So yeah, we're just going to wait for this reduction to come down slightly. And then in the other pan, we're going to fire this dish out pretty quickly, just because the dessert does take a little while. So quite a generous amount of oil in this pan. I'm going to get this pan absolutely really hot, if somebody wants to do that for me. Amazing. So this will all come together at the same time. Yeah, keep that going as quick as it can. Basically, we're going to wait for this pan to get really hot, and then I've got some amazing cod here, and you guys, this is important for you guys actually. So the most important thing when you're cooking a piece of fish like this is if you want to get colour on it, it has to be dry on the top. So you don't want to season it too early, because if you season it too early, all the moisture will get pulled out of the fish, and that's when you'll really struggle to get any sort of caramelisation on the top end of the fish. And then we're going to pan fry that, get a lovely bit of colour on it, with a method that I like to call taking a cheeky peek. So what we'll do, have a little look underneath.
Cheeky peek.
Yeah.
I like that.
If it's golden brown, exactly what we want, we'll just flip it over. Take about 2 minutes into the oven, so you've got this sort of like literally just cooked piece of cod, lots of moisture inside, and then this lovely sort of caramelised topping to it. Sorry, if I can get one of you guys just to peel, chop that up, stick it into a pan. This pan here. A little bit of oil and a tiny bit of butter. Got some over here actually.
And how did you start, Joe, in your cooking career? How old were you when you...
Do you know what? I started in this village itself.
Oh, okay.
So I live in Porthleven.
Right.
I got a kitchen porter role when I was about 16 years old, and then I just really loved the atmosphere in the kitchen. I loved those stressful services that really pulled everyone together. It's really nice, really nice experience.
Who were you working for? Which restaurant?
So it was the Atlantic Inn at the very top of the hill.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, we got somebody there from the Atlantic Inn. Somebody knows it. Ooh, ooh. Good.
Yeah, all those years ago.
Are you listening, Joey? Do you fancy that, Joey? Joey, you could do that, couldn't you? One of those job, kitchen porter?
Yeah. 13.
Okay. Oh, you're already there. Good.
Younger than I was.
All right. And then where did you go, Joe?
So then I moved to France, did a couple of seasons. So I was there for about 2.5 years. I worked for a really great... Odd, actually. I worked for a really great Scottish chef in the Alps. And that was kind of the first look I got at sort of Michelin food. And I thought, oh my God, that looks absolutely amazing. I was well and truly out of my depth at that point. And then I finished that season, and Stuart Eddy from The Square told me that I need to sort my life out, stop doing seasons, and
We've just had Stuart.
Yes.
He's just been on, and he's been brilliant.
Yeah,
so,
no, absolutely.
Good. So he sorted you out, did he?
Yeah.
Good.
So Stu's amazing, and he just said, "So that's perfect, mate. If you want to just take that, there you go. Take the things out of it." Yeah. So I worked for Stu, and that was amazing as well. Stu is extremely knowledgeable, and I would say he's almost like an iron. Irons out whether you like it or not. He'll iron out all of the bad habits you have. So I worked for Stu. I worked for Stu for about 3.5 years. No, I struggle. Yeah, I worked for Stu for about 3.5 years, which gave me a really solid grounding. And then I worked for Jude at Cota for a year.
Yeah, he's been on this morning as well.
Absolutely.
You've been here all morning with me, haven't you? Yeah.
And then after that, I spent just under a year at the Elephant in Torquay. Where they have a Michelin star, so it's always what I wanted to do.
Fantastic.
To kind of experience that.
Right, you better get on with the cooking. I feel like I'm holding you up, dear oh dear. Back to the cooking.
Yeah, right, so we've got this parsnip puree here, which is cooking. If we guys turn that up a little bit. Yeah, so basically we want to get a little bit of caramelisation on this one, just get them cooking away. This we're just going to pop a little double cream into it. And basically what the double cream does is it stabilises the sauce. So if you didn't put any double cream in it, you could still do it with the emulsifying the butter, but it would just be so fragile. If it got too hot, it would split. If it got too cold, it would split. So what I'm going to get you to do, this is important. So whisk this, and then slowly, cube by cube, put cubes into there. Once it's melted completely and emulsified, then put another cube in, and then keep going and keep going and keep going. So basically that sauce will, the more butter that goes into it, will thicken up. And the problem with it is if you add too much butter all at once, the fat will separate from the solids underneath. You'll end up with a sort of like a greasy puddle on the very top of the thing, which we don't want. No pressure.
Looking a bit nervous there, Joe. Looking a bit nervous.
Yeah. That's it. If you just keep whisking, they never stop. If somebody else wants to put the blocks of butter in while he whisks, while he whisks. And then I'm just going to put a little bit of seasoning in this parsnip puree as well. And also, this can't boil either, so... Yeah. I know, it's one of those. So we've got a little bit of colour on this parsnip puree. Parsnips currently. What I'm going to do is add a little bit of our boiling water to that as well. And then a tiny splash of double cream. We're going to bring that right down and then blend it. To save everyone's ears, I have actually already got some pre-blended here.
We like that. We like pre-prepared. So what makes a good chef, in your opinion, Joe? Because obviously the boys are training to be chefs. What makes a good chef? What qualities do you need?
Yeah, so especially being a head chef, we've had a lot of other chefs work for us, and I would say that the ability to sort of have a bad day and then to keep your chin up, it's far more important than being really knowledgeable. Because if as soon as things get stressful, you buckle, then it's going to happen.
Are you listening, boys? Resilience. Yeah, you got that. Good.
Even if this splits and everything's ruined, still chin up.
Even if.
Yeah, no. So it's looking good over there anyway. I'm just going to pop a little bit of salt into that sauce as well. Yeah, so this is cooking. That's cooking. The veg is all ready to go into this chauffe pan. So I'm just going to get this pan hot yet again. And I'm going to start cooking the cod in it. Actually, you guys are going to start cooking the cod in it. Just be careful because the handle's very hot too. You can have that if you like. Yes, so as I said before, you don't want to season the fish too early. You also want to make sure it is dry to begin with. With cod, obviously being a flaky fish as well, you do need to be really, really gentle with it. We're going to get that colour on it. We're going to gently look at it, flip it over, give it 2 minutes in the oven, by which point we'll have our parsnip puree. All the butter will be emulsified into here. We'll just drop the veg for 1 minute, and then it'll be time to plate.
Sounds good.
So this pan needs to be hot, but not smoking hot.
Okay, yeah, it's quite fierce, the cooker.
So I'm just going to put a little bit of cracked sea salt onto this. And then if I'm just going to place one in, you place the other in. Basically, the little side down first. Yeah, and that sound, I like to brand the sound of cooking. That is absolutely what you want. If you don't get that sizzle and that crack, then the fish potentially is going to stick to the pan. Also, again, with that caramelisation, you won't get the caramelisation. You'll just get a sort of a piece of fish poached in its own juice. Amazing. So I'm just going to add the double cream to this as well. Perfect. It's all coming together. Right, and then what I tend to do at the restaurant is we've got the vegetables which we need to garnish or taste. So I've got a little bit of garlic and parsley here, literally just finely chopped garlic, finely chopped parsley, a little bit of salt, and then again a little bit of butter. And then what I tend to do is pop that onto a hob. Yeah, so ultimately with this parsnip puree, reduce it right down until there's no liquid left whatsoever, pop it into a blender, and you'll get a lovely smooth puree. Turn this one down. Sweet, so I just like to heat these bowls up, put all my seasoning stuff into it so I can mix all the seasoning with the vegetables, but also at the same time keep all those vegetables warm for when we're plating, because sometimes it takes me a while to plate the shrimp.
How much butter do you want in that sauce?
Yeah, a fair bit. So generally with that much white wine reduction, I put a whole block of butter in it.
Okay.
There's an ancient proverb, I think, that says butter is better. I'm sure it's like Socrates or something that said that.
I've been asking the other chefs their key ingredients in the kitchen.
Yeah.
What are yours?
Yeah, so I think there's all the basics that's there, but some of the sort of the odder ones, I think, which I absolutely love to use. Any sort of meat dish whatsoever, I love to use black garlic. So we make like a puree of caramelised onions and black garlic, and it just literally creates like a really, really rich sweetness to it. Sweet, so that's good.
Do we use black garlic at home, people? No.
Chef ingredient it is.
It must be. I didn't know you could get it.
Yeah, no, so black garlic itself is basically like a normal bulb of garlic, and they slow cook it or dehydrate it at roughly about 100 degrees. Sorry, just under 100 degrees. For roughly about 10 weeks. And as it cooks, it just gets more and more, darker and darker, sweeter and sweeter. You don't get any of the harshness that you get from raw garlic at all. No, it's really lovely. So I've got the colour that we wanted on top of this cod, and luckily it's not stuck at all. So I've just basted it with a little bit of the oil, just because there's no fat at all in cod. So you just need to kind of really, really moisten it up. I'm just going to come in here, guys. And then, like I said before, that's literally going to take 2 minutes in the oven. It's going to be about the perfect time for us to blanch off our vegetables.
Brilliant. How's it going, Richard? Building up a sweat there.
Got a bit more butter to go. Perfect. So the ingredients I've got in here as well. Like I said, we change our tasting menus every 6 weeks. So this is going to be the one which we change to, so in about 3 weeks' time. So a couple of the ingredients I've got here, not quite in season perfectly yet. They're available, but they're extortionately priced. But
So how
We've
many
only got a
dishes do you
couple.
have on your taster menu?
So we do 2 different options. We've got a 4-course or a 7-course. Yeah, depending on really how much you want to experience. It's really nice because we have a lot of tourism in the Lizard. People want to try things and they want to taste things, but what they want is they want to taste Cornwall and they want to taste kind of like those specific ingredients from the Lizard Peninsula. So yeah, that's kind of what we try to do. I mean,
You could make your life easy and give them a pasty.
yeah, as the chefs mentioned earlier, I think that the fish, the seafood from Newlyn is just it's amazing. Our seafood supplier that we have as well, just from Cadgwith, he's really brilliant. He's obviously been a fisherman his whole life, and he'll go to the Newlyn market and just select, like the perfect fish from boats that he always works with, and it almost cuts that job out for us as chefs. We know that the fish is going to come in; it's going to be amazing. So I'd say, like of all of our strong points, our fish supplier is probably. He's up there on the main ones.
Fantastic, yeah,
no.
good. That's the
So-
beauty of living and working in Cornwall, isn't it? And chefing in Cornwall.
Yeah, absolutely. And the same with sort of our meat suppliers. We've got an amazing meat supplier just at the end of the road called Retalix Butchers. They're incredible. And as I said before, what we try and do when we create these dishes is we start with something which we think, oh my goodness, that's amazing, and then just try and bounce from that. That's all right, mate. Don't worry too much about that.
Right, how's it
That's
going,
the one.
boys? It's going all right?
How's that sauce
Yeah?
coming on?
Is that all right, Joey? Good job.
Amazing. So he's almost got the rest of the butter in there. Like I said, it's like a really, really rich sauce. And once all of the butter...
Calorific, that one.
Yeah, no. We only do a small amount of it, though. Yeah, basically he's going to finish mixing that in. We're just going to season it. We're going to try it. We really do want that to be quite acidic, to sort of hit the side of your cheeks, because we're not going to put any lemon juice at all on the fish. Oof. It is a hot oven.
It's fierce.
Yeah, so our... careful touching the handle, I guess. Yeah, so our fish is here. Literally got that really perfect caramelisation on it. Loads of moisture still there. I always just place it on a little bit of blue roll, just because you do get a little bit of moisture that comes out of the fish. And we don't want that to sort of like water down our sauce or anything. How's that sauce coming on, guys? Amazing. Yeah, and then the same thing with our vegetables. I'm just going to pop them onto this bit of towel. Yeah, so you can see we've kind of got these bright, really colourful girolles.
Can you see that? Can you see that on the screen? No, you need to push it.
All right, hang on.
Oh, you can't
I'll
push
pop it
forward.
over to you.
Don't put it on there.
But yeah, no, it's got some real amazing sort of spring ingredients here. So the broad beans are... Oh, God, I'll just pop over, guys. Yeah, so the broad beans are just coming into season now. Cornish asparagus has been around for a couple of weeks, but it's just an absolute gold of an ingredient, and then just a little bit of Cornish kale here as well. Woo. Is that better? Left, right? What about here?
I think it's the tech team to swap the cameras, is it? Oh, I can't do much about that.
We'll come round to it.
Okay. Yay, there you go. Oh, somebody's listening. Great.
Yeah, so basically we've got these amazing ingredients here. We've got the little girolles, which have just come into season from Scotland. We've got a little bit of kale, the Cornish asparagus, and then the broad beans as well, which are literally all just coming in. Let me just try that. Amazing. Right, so when you guys try, I'll give you all a spoon. If you guys all try it, basically it doesn't have enough salt in it, it doesn't have enough lemon juice in it. But basically if you try it first, you can kind of understand where we're going with it. So it needs quite a bit of this more acidity. So I'm just going to put a fair bit of lemon juice into that, nice pinch of salt, and that's going to be perfect. So we've got this really silky, emulsified butter sauce which we're going to use.
Oh, it looks very
I'll pop it
nice.
over there. And then this parsnip puree, which I made earlier. Also, as well, in terms of using the parsnip puree, so we don't have any carbs on this dish. Obviously, we do tasting menus, and generally, if we do too many carbs, you kind of get full up too quickly. That's kind of why we use a little bit of vegetable puree as opposed to any carb. But if you did want to make this into a main course, you could absolutely use just like any new potatoes. Cornish earlies would be amazing in that, Jersey Royals. So I'm just going to put a little bit of our parsnip puree just in the middle of the plate.
You all watching, can you do this already?
Well, I wouldn't say so yet. Yet.
Yeah, you just did. So I've got a little bit of this quite acidic lemon butter sauce.
It's all about the presentation, isn't it, as well as the taste. So what's your favourite class at college?
Catering.
Catering? Do you like service?
I do. Yeah.
You do? And what's yours, Vinny?
I would say service as well, kitchen service.
Yeah? Is that where you're plating up and cooking and doing, or is that where you're serving people?
Yes, we have a service where we have actual customers in. So.
Oh! Do you do a cheap meal for them, do you? We could be onto something here, couldn't we? So that's at Penwith College. Fantastic. What day is that then?
Thursdays and Fridays.
Right. At what time?
12 until 2.
We also do a thing called Six at Sonara, where we...
Come on.
Well, need one day this month.
And do people need to book? Yeah. Oh, they do. Oh, you're always fully booked. Okay. And do people pay a fee for that or a donation?
No, it's a set menu. We do a Thursday service, Friday evening service, which is a taster menu. If you look for Sonara or come and find one of us, I will get the details for it. I don't have it on me at the moment. But you would email in, get a booking for it. It's very reasonably priced.
Oh, that's good. Is Sonara's, that's the name of the restaurant, is it? Oh, okay.
College Restaurant of the Year last year. We're hoping to be it this year as well.
Fantastic. That's good, isn't it? Who knew about that? Well done. You're doing well. Penwith College. Fantastic. Right, Joey, where are we up to?
Yeah, so we've actually completely finished. So we've got the parsnip puree underneath, a little bit of kale, all the spring vegetables around the outside, the little lemon butter sauce, and then this piece of cod, which we've cooked at a really, really high heat, kept all the moisture in there. Yeah, basically, if anyone wants to... Well, I can't do that.
Try it. I don't think the audience are allowed to. I don't know why. I didn't know they've changed the ruling on that, but let me inquire. But the boys might like to. You look a bit hungry, boys.
I was going to say, yeah, if you guys want to...
Any questions from the audience? Anybody want to ask a question in the audience? Any questions? No questions. Okay, well, brilliant. Thank you, Joe. Joe Fellafield. Fantastic.
Yeah, so I'll do one more dish.
Oh, one more dish.
No,
it's not over yet. It's not over. One more dish. Good.
Yeah, so the next dish we're going to do is our dessert dish. Quite a talking dessert dish. Our parsnip dessert dish. So we've had to go with parsnips just because this period in the UK calendar is actually in between spring and summer. Farmers call it the hunger gap, but it's basically like a brief period where there's not a lot in season. So trying to make a dessert with something which is ultra seasonal is quite difficult. So yeah, so we've chosen parsnips which are available all the time. And then we're trying to work with sort of parsnip, well, it's parsnip, toffee. We do a treacle ice cream, candy pistachios, and then a little apple compote.
Oh, lovely. Who likes a dessert here? Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah.
So if I get one of you guys to start, I'm just going to swap this one out with my sweet one. So art attack, isn't it?
So how old were you when you became a head chef, Joe?
6 years ago. So that was my first head chef role. I remember it like it was yesterday.
How old was that? Did you look
29.
29. That's pretty good going, isn't it, in your career? Something to aspire to, boys. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was an eye opener. I remember starting the role and thinking that the hardest part of the job would be sort of coming up with dishes and showing people how to do them. And you find it's tough. There's one thing coming up with a dish and doing it, and then teaching people to do it and getting it done exactly the way you've said over and over. It is difficult, and that's why I think training is so important. It really is. Right, sorry guys, if I can get you. So we're going to make a little apple and raisin compote here. If you could peel that, chop it up, obviously take the core out, pop it straight into one of those pans. Who's up? There you go. Yeah, so we're going to make a little apple and raisin compote. I've actually got little recipe cards here as well for everyone who wants to do this dish
Oh, that's
when
good.
you get
So
home.
for people to take away with them.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
cute, isn't
brilliant.
it?
Yeah, it is nice. Well done.
Yeah, so
Right then. You might need your glasses.
yeah, if you peel that one, and then after you've peeled that, I'll get someone else to do the parsnip toffee whilst you're making the apple and raisin compote. So the apple and raisin compote is amazingly simple. You literally just get the fresh Bramley apple. You need quite a tart apple for it. Sugar, and then we're going to add the raisins. We're just going to cook that down until the apple's soft. And then keep that. That's literally that done. Meanwhile, the parsnip toffee, we're going to get some parsnip chopped up to a fine dice, pop that into a pan, cook that down with a little bit of water. We'd puree that, and then a little bit of double cream, and we whisk that into cream cheese. And you get this sort of like nice texture, really, really smooth. Parsnip toffee flavoured thing.
Oh, it sounds lovely. You're doing
Yeah.
all the work there, Joey? Yeah? Oh, it's Richard, isn't
Chuck
it?
it
No,
in there if you
Joey.
want.
That's right, Joey. Got Joe and Joey.
Yeah, I know, difficult. Chuck it in there, mate, it's fine. And then to go with it, we do like a little treacle ice cream, and then also as well a little bit of parsnip cake, just so you've got cake ice cream, you've got cream, and a little bit of candy pistachio just to add it for some crunch.
Oh, it sounds lovely.
And then for a little bit of, if you cut that into 4. And then for a little bit of pizzazz, we've got some cinnamon. We're going to make some little cinnamon twirls. We've got like a little twirl mould here. Basically, we make like little sticks of cinnamon. And generally, the how we plate the dish is almost like a what I like to call a beautiful mess. Really tasty. There's nothing too finicky or fiddly or anal
Nice.
about it.
Good.
Amazing. So if that apple goes straight into one of those pans,
No pressure, Joey. Everyone's watching you.
amazing. So I'm just going to go in the raisins as well. What we do at the restaurant is we make a separate raisin puree. But if you're going to do this at home, there's really no need. So we've got a fair bit of sugar there. Also, I would say is if you make an apple compote, top tip, if you just put a tablespoon of water into the pan, as it cooks, it won't catch to the bottom. You get all the moisture that comes out of the apple, mixes in with the sugar, makes a real nice caramelisation. So that's that bit, and then I'm just going to quickly chop this up just because it's quicker.
That's what you've got to get to.
I'm peeling parsnips.
Done that a few times, don't worry. You did
No,
a good
yeah.
job, Joe. I think you did a fantastic job. Well done. Let's give a round of applause to the boys from Penwith College. Doing well, doing well.
Amazing. So my parsnip, just going to go into here. Do you want a spoon? You can give that a stir. Yeah, keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it. Do we have any access to water here? We'll just cover that with
Yeah,
water.
we need some water. Is any water? Don't worry.
Definitely water.
Charlie's on it. Somebody's coming.
Yeah, that's water.
We found it. We found it.
Amazing.
Might need to refill
So,
that.
We're just going to cook that down again, almost like we did with the other one, but a tiny bit. I'm going to put a tiny bit of butter in there as well. Amazing, thank you. So we've just got the parsnip, we've got a little bit of butter. We're going to cook this down. We're also going to add a little bit of double cream. I would ordinarily absolutely say weigh these things out. We've got the measurements on the cards there. For the sake of this, I'm going to eyeball it. So also, I've got a little bit of dark brown sugar that's going into here. So a little bit of dark brown sugar. I've also got a little bit of caster sugar. And then a little bit of black treacle. Perfect. Yeah, so we let this cook down. This is actually a recipe from, well, I say a recipe from the Square. The toffee sauce itself is a recipe from the Square. So we kind of use that toffee sauce, go in with the parsnip as well, blend it all up into a nice puree. We then blend that into cream cheese, and that gives us our parsnip toffee. And then our twirl mixture. If I give one of you guys these, I've conveniently made all three of these things stuck together. So we've got icing sugar, I've got some flour, some cinnamon, And then I've got an egg white here. So, and this is basically a really, really classic tuile mixture. If one of you guys can grab a little whisk and then just whisk that together. Oh, and then I've got these really cute little tuile moulds. And we're just going to, we're just going to put a little bit into each little bit, pop it into the oven. Then when we take it out, it's still going to be a bit pliable. So, so we're going to bend them slightly, make them look really, really authentic, genuine twigs.
Okay, great.
Meanwhile, would you like to grab a bowl as well? If I get you a mixing bowl, you can come here. Right, so you're going to make the parsnip cake, which is 2 eggs. We'll use that as a blend.
Any questions? None yet. Don't worry, they're coming. Don't worry.
So we've got 2 eggs. Yeah, try and make sure there's no shell in that. We're going to put a little bit of sugar into that. Then I'm going to get... I'm going to get it whisked up, so we're going to get it nice and fluffy. And then we're going to slowly... Richard, we're going to slowly incorporate the olive oil. And then we're going to go in with all of our dry ingredients. So if I get you to give that a good old whisk as well.
We might need another whisk.
You might have to wait your
Let's
turn.
go and get one, Richard.
Amazing. There you go. Thank you. So this is the tuile mixture. We're just going to take a little bit of it off. And then just smear it right in there. It's quite important not to get any of the excess mixture on the outside. So we want them full.
It's very delicate, isn't it?
Yeah, this is, I mean, to be fair, this is as delicate as we get. If I can give that to you.
You've got a whisk, Richard. Here we go.
Amazing. Right, so this recipe is a bit of a pain. If you keep whisking that. Basically, as soon as this gets fluffy, I'm just going to put this olive oil into it. You need a little bit of that.
We've got them all working now. That's good. Look. Bang on task. Well done, everyone.
Amazing. So that as well, we would put grate a lot of parsnip into it. It's very, very similar. Just turn that one down a second. So very much similar to a carrot cake, just with some parsnip in there as well. I put a little bit of cinnamon into it. To save everybody waiting 45 minutes, I've got some pre-cooked.
I was starting to wonder.
Yeah.
I was.
So I've got a little bit. I'll put a little bit of pistachio and some sultanas in mine as well.
Okay, lovely.
So I'll pull that out in a second, and then the treacle ice cream. You get one of these guys on this as well. It's another bowl job. So 6 egg yolks. Sorry, got these guys really working. Yeah, so
might take a picture. Send it to your college.
Yeah, so this is as fiddly as our dishes get as well.
Go this way, boys.
Yeah, so we've got that going on. We've got that going. So the treacle ice cream, we're going to do egg yolks. Also going to bring to the boil some cream and milk. So 500 ml of milk, 500 ml of cream. I've got some recipe sheets here for everyone if you do want to try this at home. And then we'll bring that to the boil. I'll look after that. If you want to, pop 6 egg yolks into here. Yeah, so this is our ice cream base basically. So what we're going to make is we're going to make a just the yolks, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I don't worry too much.
Start again, don't worry.
Okay.
We've got a few eggs, don't worry.
Yeah. So we're going to put the yolks in here. There you go. If you put the whites straight into there. Yeah, so we've got the egg yolks here, we've got the cream and the milk boiling there. Going to pour that onto it, so we're basically going to make a custard. We're also going to add, similar to what we did with the toffee sauce over there. Bang, brilliant. So if you could pop that into the oven, and then keep an eye on it.
How's it going, Richard?
Keep
Faster,
an eye on it, 'cause
faster.
that oven's really hot, okay? So
Don't worry, they've got one out the back.
3 to 4 minutes on that.
It's your surf buddy there.
Yeah, I'm from Port Leven, so
So when you're not doing this, you're surfing, are
Do
you?
you know what? I wish I was. I don't actually get out surfing very much. I used to do it a lot when I was younger. So our ice cream. We've got the milk and the cream cooking over here. I'm just also going to put a little bit of caster sugar into it and the rest of the dark brown sugar. So it's almost exactly the same as the parsnip toffee. And basically what it's going to do is it's going to be really rich but also ice cold because it's an ice cream. So we're going to get a real transition of flavours.
Nice, sounds
Temperatures when you eat it.
Right.
Right, perfect. So, parsley.
It's boiling away there, look.
Yeah, everything's working.
Good.
Nice and busy here. So we've got twills in the oven cooking, the ice cream, the parsnip toffee, and the apple and raisin compote. I'm just going to go and grab, in the fridge out there, there's a metal tray with some stuff in it. And also in the freezer, there's a little gas tray with something in it as well. So I'm just going to bring out the stuff that I've pre-made, just because if we were going to serve all of this, we'd have to wait for it all to cool down and then blend it forward as well. But generally the process is here. The cream, the milk, the flavourings, into the egg yolks, you whisk that in, let it cool down, pop it into an ice cream machine. This apple and raisin compote, to be fair, is not far off. And the parsnip toffee, you let it cool down, blend it, then blend it into cream cheese.
Lovely. It's all on here for all of you, so don't worry, we've got it written down.
Amazing. Yep, and then in the fridge there's another one. So here's my treacle ice cream anyway. So this is how it's going to come out. It's actually a really, really nice texture as well because... let's try and find my Rocher speed. Yeah, because it's not too... because it's got a lot of sugar in it, it doesn't set too hard. Speak of the devil, it's set too hard. It's a cold freezer.
It's rock hard.
Yeah. Classic. Yes, so ultimately the cake that we're making, which can come over here actually, that cake. Yeah, so it's got quite a lot of olive oil in it. Keep going. So basically you have to add the olive oil slowly, a little bit like the butter sauce, just because otherwise it will split. Someone pull that cream off. If you pop those out and try again. Keep going, yeah, keep going.
This happens all day at Penwith College, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure. The oven says 140. I've got my doubts, if I'm honest with you. Yeah, so if you add the oil slowly, and the same kind of goes with butter, basically it stops your cake from being too crumbly.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. So all that goes into there. And then all my dry ingredients. So I've got flour, cinnamon, baking powder, a tiny touch of salt. And then, like I said, so the one I've made, I put a little bit of pistachio, and I've put a little bit of raisin in there too. So you bake that off, and you come out with something which looks like this. Yeah, so like I said before, very much like a carrot cake, just with a little bit of parsnip for it.
Bit of a variation. Oh, okay, thank you.
Amazing. So I've also got the little apple and raisin compote from the restaurant here. I'm just going to garnish it with a little bit of these pumpkin seeds. Amazing. So that can actually, if you pop that down there. So ultimately, with this cake mix now, we bang it straight into the oven. It takes about 50 minutes to cook, just because it's got quite a lot going on in it. Meanwhile, I'll show you how we plate the rest of it.
Rescued one.
Go on then.
Rescued. Well done. Well done. Well done, Ash.
Amazing, right. So, so we've got a couple of these twills. Here's my parsnip toffee, as I mentioned before. And then all I've got here as well is a little bit of candied pistachio. Mm-hmm. So we get the pistachios, we cook them in a little stock syrup, and then deep fry them actually. And then a little bit of table salt just right on the end.
You're making everybody hungry.
Yeah, they're really delicious, I have to say. We do exactly the same thing with walnuts and serve it with our cheese. Mm-hmm. Awesome. Right. So if I show you how we plate it.
The sun is coming out. Look out, everybody. Beautiful view, isn't there? The harbour head there.
Just grab my little twills. Bless them. Yeah, so I do a nice big splodge of my parsnip toffee here. And then the cake that we've got here, I'm just going to do sort of like 3 big chunks of it. Just grab a couple of spoons there. A touch of this, so the apple and raisin compote which we made earlier. A little sprinkle of these pistachios, which again I feel like just boosts the texture. Running through everything.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Right, boys, smile. Keep talking, Joe.
Let me just try and soften this out slightly. Don't mind me.
Scooping out the ice cream now.
Yeah, no.
It's well frozen, isn't it?
It is. I had a little look at it earlier and I was like, oh, that's a perfect texture. Clearly the freezer's been working itself a little bit since then. Awesome. Excuse me using the veg water as well. Normally I'd obviously have a fresh pan, a fresh pan of hot water. So I'm just going to put the ice cream on there, which is a little bit on the frozen side.
Oh, it looks good, doesn't it? Do you fancy a bit of that, boys? Yeah?
I mean,
Looking hungry.
Really, really rich. But it's like a really nice way to end your sort of like tasting experience, just because it's really rich. It's something a bit different, and then also it's something that you can kind of think about and remember.
Brilliant. Can you all see that, the audience? Yes? Good. We're on the right camera. Well done.
It's a shame you can't taste it, 'cause it really is one of those things that you have to sort of like, you do have to actually try to understand like how yummy it is.
How tasty it is. Well, we might get a chance to taste it later, do you think? Well done. Good.
Yeah, and that's both the dishes I've got for you, so...
Brilliant. Let's give it up, please. Give it up for Joe Fallowfield from the Howswell Bay Hotel. Also his assistants from Penwith College. We've got Vinny, Richard and Joey. Well done. Thank you so much. Thank you. Don't go anywhere, because there'll be more chefs coming in just a few minutes. Thank you. Ryan, can you turn the music down, please? Off. Just turn it off, because we're doing an interview. Thank you. Hand them out. Thank you. Here's some. Hand them out. Thank you. Here's some. Hand them out, and then I'll put them back on here. Thank you. Sorry. Joe and Richard. Okay. Brilliant. Right. Here we go.
Think about what you do, think about what you say, think about how you think. What was it playing, what was it playing, what was it? Are we gone? Nobody knows. We're gonna sit under our bacon. We're never gonna quit it, no, we're never gonna quit it, no. Yeah, we're tasting right from head to toe. We go down sitting under our bacon. We're never gonna quit it, no, we're never gonna quit it, no. No, you're never gonna quit it, no. Sitting on
We get it almost every night. When that moon is big and bright, it's a supernatural delight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Everybody here is out of sight. They don't bark and they don't bite. They keep their screws to keep it tight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. We like our fun and we never fight. You can dance and stay uptight. It's a supernatural delight. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. We get it almost every night. And when that moon is big and bright, it's a supernatural delight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. I did my best to notice when the call came down the line. Up to the platform of surrender, I was brought but I was kind. And sometimes I get nervous when I see an open door. Close your eyes, clear your heart. Cut the cord. Are we human? Or are we dancer? My sign is vital. My hands are cold. And I'm on my knees looking for the answer. Are we human? Or are we dancer?
Everyone's gone for lunch. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Right. Right. Have you got what you needed? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the Porthleven Food Festival 2024. And the sun is finally out. Give us a cheer. Fantastic. Now, please welcome to our stage Henk de Villiers de Ferreira. Give us a cheer. Come on. We've got Nick Hemming and Ed Hughes. I think we've met Ed Hughes a few times, Stalwart, as well as Nick Hemming. Right, and what are we cooking today? Welcome to the Chef's Theatre.
I'm not cooking anything.
What are you cooking?
I don't know, really. So I just grabbed stuff out the fridge and thought we'll just wing it. So that's what we normally do. No, I've got a nice, fresh local hake that came in this morning.
That. Amazing.
So, nice beast, one of my favourite fish to use. I've got a nice lobster coming from Newland. I've got some crevettes, some monkfish, some prawns, some cod. I've made a lobster beast, so we're just going to kind of put it together, really.
Fantastic. Okay, Henk, what are you up to over there?
I'm doing
meat.
Côte de boeuf. I'm going to do like sort of a little surf and turf dish. I'm going to cook the Côte de boeuf. I've got some lobster tails that we've sort of steamed off. I'll poach, and we'll put it all together at the end and see what happens.
How very decadent, gentlemen. How very decadent. And I'm here not cooking like a really rubbish groupie, basically. But I'm a boozy groupie. So my job, if you didn't know, I'm a beer sommelier. Thank you, gentlemen. Very good. Cheers to you too. I'm a beer sommelier. That is a real job, honestly. It's on the bottom of my emails and everything. So I've been on stage with Nick, Henk several times, and we do a little bit of beer and food pairing. But if anyone's got any beery, foodie questions, just pop your hand up. And there might be some prizes for some good questions as well. Can I have a show of hands for beer drinkers, by any chance?
Oh, look at them.
Good, solid. Lager drinkers, show of hands? Okay, good.
Started already.
Ale drinkers, show of hands? Good. And also a show of hands if anyone can define the difference between ale and lager. One person out of all these beer drinkers. Could you, when you finish your mouthful, madam, could you let us know? No pressure whatsoever. There will be a prize if you get it right.
It just makes it easier.
Boom! Love that. Love that. Can I have a prize, please, for this lady? What was your name? Amy, thank you, Amy. I've been doing this job for like 12 years, and I've realised that beer drinkers aren't educated like wine drinkers, so I will carry on coming up on these stages, boring people, hanging out with these guys to get just that question right first.
Okay, and Nick, what are you doing now? Tell us, you're preparing this fish. What have you just done?
So it's a tricky fish to prep, to be honest with you, because it's not your standard whole fish or flat fish. So this one's got a spine that kind of grooves like that, and it's flexible because it's a predatory fish, so it's got to swim really fast, and then, as you can see, it's got big teeth as well. And last time I did this, believe it or not, I was holding the mouth. I was doing it in front of a school crowd at Eden's for Careers Day, and as I went through the neck, I had my finger near the mouth and it clamped down.
Oh.
So none of the kids were paying attention to the demo whatsoever, but as soon as I lifted my hand up and there was blood dripping off my elbow, they were all engaged.
That's the way to do it. The
Guarantee
things you
it.
do for your craft.
I know. So what I've done is I've just taken the fins off. It just makes the fish a lot easier to work with, and underneath as well, so it saves me getting spined. Really meaty fish. The downside with fresh hake for me is that it's really, really soft. So actually it can be quite difficult to handle and prep. So what I would normally do if we was doing this in the pub or in the restaurant is I would salt it just to dry the moisture out, and it makes it a bit firmer, but we haven't got time to do that today, so we're just going to go for it.
No, we're on the clock, aren't we? We're on the clock.
Hands away.
Henk, where are you up to?
So I've got this little bit of beef that I cook with beef dripping. I don't cook with butter. It burns a bit, doesn't burn, butter burns a bit too quickly. And I'm just searing it off. And what I want to do is I want to get sort of browned on it. It's called the Maillard effect. The Maillard effect. If you look at that on the beef, and Maillard effect is it's not burning or caramelization. It's an amino acid reaction that happens. And in beef, You can only get it if you run at a constant temperature above 140 degrees Celsius. So I'm trying to get that on there, and then I'll put it in the oven for sort of 20 minutes. It's hopefully it'll be medium rare. I've also got a little pan here with some just butter and a little bit of lobster glass. And I've got some lobster tails that we prepared earlier that I'm just going to warm up. And we're going to do like, it's a fancy surf and turf, you know. But this sort of reflects the type of dishes that we do at the halfway. It's just throwing it all together really and see what happens. And we'll make a little sauce in a minute with my favourite beer, Doombach. And it'll just come together, you know, a bit of mushroom, bit of garlic, and some herbs.
Great.
Just this little bit of beef that you said.
It's a little
That's a
bit of
whacking
beef,
great
you know.
piece of beef, and it's like Nick's fish. That just this little fish.
Size matters.
Size does matter,
as well.
correct.
So, especially with fish. So, as we're just taking this away, so what's good about hake, when you're taking a hake away, you'll just basically filleting it with your fingers, because it's that soft. So I'm just running my fingers. You probably can't see it, or you might be able to. I'm just exposing the spine there. Oops. And then it just makes it a lot easier for me to work with. But instead of just hacking it away with a knife, you can actually use your fingers. So just trying to get round to that backbone, and then I'll show you exactly what it looks like.
Wow. Can you do this at home, everybody? No.
Yeah, easy. You just got to try. And I think a lot of people have put off cooking fish at home, and you shouldn't be, you know, because it's exciting, it's fresh, it's local, you know, tastes good. You know, there's so much you can do with it. So just taking this out. So we've published quite a few recipes with hake as well. So it's just such a versatile fish. Years ago, this would be one of the cheapest fish that you can buy. Not anymore.
Nothing's cheap anymore, mate.
Not anymore. So I would say probably 3 years ago, we're not going to get into politics, but before we came out of the EU, we would probably pay, you know, in the region of about £2 for a 180 gram portion of hake. You're looking anywhere between 4 and 6, depending on the season now. So when you see your restaurant prices going up, that's why. So
look, it's not entirely a bad thing, because, you know, the fishermen have been through some really, really difficult times.
Absolutely.
A lot of my mates, I've got a very, very good friend who's the skipper out of Newland, and, you know, they've had quota on no pollock, which is understandable. But last week, my friend Simon Porter is the skipper of the Current of Ladram down in Newland. At market, they got £8.60 a kilo for hake, which is, and that was in Newland. They send it up to Brixton Market, and that's the best price they've ever had for hake, and these boys really need it. You know, the fishing industry is having a tough time with the MMO and the stuff that they're putting on it. So, unfortunately for the customer at the end point, these prices that we're paying for fish has to be passed on one way or another. But you know, it's fitting. It's giving everybody a chance. You know, we don't want these guys to go out of business. We don't want them to stop fishing, and so therefore we support them as much as we can.
Well, we're all symbiotic in all of this. You know, the hospitality industry, any food or drink suppliers, but we've become a little bit numb to the cost of living. We know that it's a thing, but what I love about working with these guys, especially, and this industry, is the explaining of why things have gone up. Not just gone up because of something ambiguous. These are all very, very real things. Back to my beery head-on, as I analyse all these ingredients, I'm trying to think of what flavours are going to match with 3 beers. So I've spread my bets. So in theory, I've got an idea of what will work with Henk's dish and Nick's dish. But theory doesn't always work. So practice is the drinking and the eating. So that's what I'm looking forward to, the grand finale, as it were. No pressure, boys, whatsoever.
Let go for it, Nick. Go for it.
We're nearly done, aren't we? So what? So just go back to this fish. So that's what you're left with. So if you think a normal fish swimming through the sea, it's just got normally a straight spine, or it's flat with 4 fillets. Look at that bendiness in that. So that is a powerful fish, really powerful fish. But because it's so powerful, it's quite a meaty fish, and that's just one of the fillets that I've just taken off that. Okay, really, really chunky, really nice. I'm not throwing it on the floor. There's a box down there. So, and all I would do is just trim these up. I'm not going to do massive fillets, probably about 160 gram maybe.
Have you got any questions for these guys? Any sort of food hacks? Anyone want any hints or tips at all? Do feel free to pop your hand up. Or any beery questions.
So, Hank, what are you doing now? You're the only chef so far today who's been cooking meat.
Well, it's quite an interesting thing because I'm obviously not from Cornwall. I was born in South Africa, lived there for the first 25 years, and all we ate at home was meat. So by the luck of destiny, I find myself down here, and I come to Cornwall, and there's this wonderful fish, and all my mates are cooking fish. So, you know, it's my heritage to cook meat. I don't really know to cook anything else. Of course I can cook fish, I've had a lot of practice now. And you know, we've started, it's not started, we've got this meat men thing going on because I was doing a radio thing and the lady asked me, well, what do you do? And I said, well, I'm a meat man. You know, and it's kind of stuck really in a funny old way and you know, and I'm lucky that all my chefy mates will go like, oh, go, if you want a piece of meat, go and see Hank because that's what he does.
I think you're building up quite a reputation, I've heard.
Thank you
the
very
meat man.
much.
Brilliant.
And definitely expertise, you know. Again, loving these chaps, as humble as they are, it's being subject matter experts in being a butcher. It's not because I like it. So a little bit more of your understanding of meat and what you were doing before you were cooking, please, mate.
Look, Ed, farming, everything is quite tricky at the minute, you know, and it's the cost of what these guys feed the animals. The weather's been really tricky this year, and with meat, it's a very simple thing, isn't it? It's about buying quality, and if you can get quality in, you will get quality out. You know, there's not such a thing as buying a cheap piece of meat and making it look good. When we use at the end, we don't just use steak, we use cuts. We use a beef feather blade that we braise with Doombar. And we cook it for 8, and feather blade is not an expensive cut, but it's very, very tough. So you have to cook it for long. We braise it for 8 hours, and then we let it sit overnight, and then we roll it, and when we serve it, you know, in the winter months with a bit of mash, in the summer with a bit of sort of veg. But meat, like anything, it's about quality. And if you get quality, you can send quality. So hopefully this will, I don't know if we're allowed to taste these things, but I think it'll taste all right.
I'll put my body on the line, mate. It's not a problem.
I don't mind tasting it.
Yeah.
I don't mind a bit of meat. So I'm the opposite. I don't really have great deals of experience with meat. I've always had a passion for fish and sauce. So having a restaurant now that specialises in 80% of seafood, it's great. You know, and sustainable. I'd like to say affordable, but people always complain if you put your prices up. But unfortunately, we don't have a choice at the moment. But it just makes the handling of local ingredients, especially in Cornwall, just really exciting. You know, I'm 50 years old now, and I've still got the passion for food like I did when I was 50.
Age for chefs. The chefing thing, in our world, it is a young man's game. You know, and the reason why I'm still chefing is I couldn't get a job as a van driver when I was 30 years old. So you know, but seriously, it's you know, it's such a hard industry. It's a hard industry on family life. It's a hard industry on your kids. You know, we work Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. And once you get over that initial bit, if you can get the life balance, you end up 50 years old like me and Nick, cooking every Friday and Saturday night.
True.
But we love it, Nick. We love it.
We do love it. So we're not just involved in the Heron. I don't know if anybody knows the Heron Inn over in Malpas, just on the river. Amazing. So we've had that, and I recognise Natalie now. So,
Few regulars in.
Absolutely. So we've had the Heron for 8 years. We've won some really big awards in there over the last couple of years as well, and the biggest one being the BII Licensee of the Year Award, which is the biggest award in the industry. And it's an award that you don't win by fluke. I mean, they completely... thanks, Hank. They completely go through your business. So we won that in 2022. And then with that impressed with our business, they made my wife a trustee of the British Innkeeping Institute. So she's actually judging that competition as we speak. Well, she's actually with me over on the pop-up at the moment.
Yeah, you've got the Flaming Chef.
I have.
Tell us about that. That's new, isn't it?
Well, you know, but running pubs now is hard. So on no illusion whatsoever, it's difficult to make a profit out of a pub now because of all the rising costs. So what we have to do is we have to diversify. So for me to get out the kitchen and to put a bolt on with our business, I've produced a street food called the Flaming Chef. It's over on the harbour. It's the one that looks like a spaceship. It's all lit up. And we're just taking the dishes that we cook at the Heron onto the road to festivals at affordable prices. So everything we do over there is under £12. And so it's affordable. You get a chance to see what we, what we're cooking. But we're booked up at all the major food festivals, and we're really grateful to be here at Porthleven as well, because this is kind
Fantastic.
of one of the best ones for sure.
So if you've not had your lunch,
yeah, please pop over, come and say hello. So
The
we're
Flaming
cooking,
Chef.
we're cooking Cornish gumbo over there, which is a combination of chicken, Cajun, chickpeas, cod, prawns, chorizo, tomatoes. It's kind of a blend. And then I've made a Persian vegan chili as well, which is completely allergen free. And then we're doing fresh Cornish mussels. We're brave enough to do mussels at a festival. There we go. That's how we want that. So we're doing mussels two ways, Thai style, which we've got on the menu, and Moules Marinière, which we also have on the menu.
everyone likes a bit of that. Lovely.
And then we've got some tiger prawns in a Asian salad with a soy ginger dressing, sesame seeds, a bit of sriracha. So
Oh,
just
it sounds very nice.
all
All
the
the
stuff
seasons.
that I like to eat.
So what have you got on the menu at the halfway house?
Steak.
Steak. Good. You like a bit of steak. Can't go wrong.
Lots of variations of it.
Lots of variations of steak.
You know,
surf and turf.
Well, I don't really do surf and turf there per se, because it's quite a luxurious thing to put lobster and steak together. So it's
There's
just for
no
the sort of
better
purposes.
combination, is there?
Well,
steak and lobster.
It's debatable, isn't it? There's some really famous restaurants called Steak and Lobster
There
in the
indeed, yeah.
southwest, and it was just more sort of giving it all a chance. But yeah, we do obviously do fish. We do, so it's about using the whole thing. So I do fillets. I have whole fillets, and I'll trim it out. And the top we sell as a Chateaubriand to share for two. The centre cuts I'll do a fillet steak, and the tails I'll turn into steak tartare, which was Ed's suggestion back.
Well done, Ed.
Back in 2016, when we started with the halfway. Obviously, me and Ed, we've known each other for years. We've done all this sort of thing for a long, long time. We did the first ever grape and grain dinner, whereby, with the brewery and the beer, we're trying to show people. I've got a pub, so we're trying to show people that beer and food work well. And the best way we thought, I think it was your idea, Ed, the best way we thought to sort of put that to customers is to put beer against wine. And hence we called it Grape and Grain. I think we did it the January before lockdown hit us.
Yeah, we did.
And we've never quite had a sort of a drinks dinner like that before. And the old mixing things. It was quite a messy night for the customers.
It was a great night.
It was a fabulous
Memorable
night.
by the sounds
I
of
don't
it.
think any of them could remember any of it, but that doesn't really matter. They had a good time. They had a good time.
And it is about choice. I'm not going to say that beer's ever better than wine, even though on record I've said beer's better than wine multiple times. But it is the experience for you guys. This is why I love working with chefs. Sometimes working with front of house people that have been conditioned that wine is the only thing to do because it's been done for the last 300 years. I've got nothing against wine whatsoever. It's just on that lager ale question, there's a couple of people that can answer that. When I started doing this 10 years ago, no one could answer that. And I think that basic education and then just working with these guys, just talking about flavour is the main thing. And grape versus grain is a fun way of doing it. So it could be a Malbec versus a stout for a steak dish, or a German smoked Rauch beer with a Pedro Jimenez for a dessert, so a chocolate brownie. And again, it's all those intuition of different flavours and different variations of flavours. And it's fun to do, because it is serious times, and we need to have a little bit of fun while we're working,
sort of
right?
Concepts developed. Jude's hosting a Grape and Grain tonight.
Yeah.
We're all really looking forward to that, because it's interesting. I know Ed's beer taste, but I love his pairings with food. And then to put the wine person against it, it's challenging for Ed to sort of match them. But
You go, Ed, you go.
Ed knows what he's doing.
He does. He does know what he's doing. And back to the cooking. What are we doing here? Let's get up to speed.
Right, so I've just now just searing that haycock. As you can see, it's got a lovely colour on there. I've just sliced some lobster. So the lobster, I thought I would do the lobster in the restaurant, because it doesn't always go down well if you do it on stage. So I've pre-prepped it. So all I've done is broke the tail off, sliced it, which I'm going to use as garnish. You see there's a little bit of raw food there as well. We won't waste any of this. So what I've got in here is I made a bisque last night. So, and just sweated that down with onions, shallots, carrots, fennel, boiled. Sort of, once we boiled the lobster, I roasted the shells off with a little bit of chilli, oil, tomato puree. Just roasted them, and you get that amazing shellfish smell. And then just reduce it down, so it's a lobster reduction. So we put crab bones in there and pouches as well. So that's all it is. It's basically, I've just poached in some cod, monkfish, and some tiger prawns in there as well. And that's probably just about ready, to be honest with you. And then once I've seared the fish, I've just put the lobster tail in there, and I've just stole some butter from Henk. And all that's going to do is just add more flavour into that. Didn't bring a small spoon, so all we're going to do is just nap that straight over. There you go. Eyes, look at them. He's organised, not like me. Thank you.
And Henk, how's the beef?
Well, so interestingly, we work on timings, you know. So the very, very crucial thing when you do this at home, it's very, very important. So the rule for us in the restaurant when we're cooking steaks is if we cook something for 15 minutes, so this is a thick piece of meat, we'll cook it for 15 minutes, you rest it for 7.5. So you rest it for half the time that you spend cooking it. So if it's a little medium rare steak and it's that thick and we've got it on the Synergy grill, it'll take sort of 6-7 minutes, and then we'll put it to the side and let it sit. It gives the protein in the muscle a time to relax, for that heat to get out of it, and ultimately it becomes more tender by just releasing the heat out of it. You know, so you don't necessarily get a flaming hot steak, but you get something that eats really well. You know, so the whole idea is for us to cook. If I cook somebody a steak, is to cook it, show them how it can be done at home, but also, you know, it's a treat for somebody to come somewhere and you know you're going to get a good piece of meat, which you might not necessarily be able to have at home. So I think the pub game, the restaurant game, is about giving customers the opportunity to have something that they might not necessarily cook at home.
Sounds good. That's why we go out to eat, isn't it? Something a bit different and special.
Yeah, please don't stop coming out to eat, though. It's really, really important.
Serious.
So, really important.
Treat yourselves. So, Ed, what would you pair with these dishes?
That's exactly as I'm sort of going through my mind. There's a lot of flavours in Nick's. So I bought 3. Bought a lager, offshore, Chalky's Bite. Has anyone had Chalky's Bite before?
Oh, yes.
So there's a chap in Padstow called Rick. He's done really well over the last couple of years.
I think we know him.
A chap called Rick, yeah. And yeah, all joking aside, we have a huge amount indebted to Rick and Jill, because this food scene that we are so lucky to have in Cornwall. They changed everything, you know, and yeah, paying homage to the dog, but actually this fantastic beer is very, very important. But you've got a lot of flavours in that beer because it's 6.8%. And I've seen someone just go, ooh, 6.8%. Well, that's strong, isn't it? It's not, though, is it, really? Because if you're a wine drinker and a 14% Malbec, you don't even raise your eyebrows. But a 6.8% beer, people go, ooh, that's a bit much. No one said you have to drink a pint. Or multiple pints. You can if you want to. Everyone's choices, obviously. But it is putting beer on that same pedestal as wine. But I've also got Doom Bar as well. Because I'm thinking Doom Bar with the steak. Earthy, caramel. My sort of general rule of thumb with pairing is something to pair with, not overpower. So again, that symbiosis of food and drink, or chefs and flavour, it's things working together. It's all quite lefty of me, but we need to look after each other at these times. On my philosophical point, but actually exactly the same thing with food and beer pairing, is things just need to work. Not about a battle of flavours, it's just things going, that's really nice. You know, when you have that face just go, I had that last night in Coca-Cola, just going, I could eat this every day. And I think it's a nice way of being, right? It's nice to be nice.
I was really hungry earlier, but now I'm hungry and thirsty.
That's fine.
I've got a really nice story here. One of my, like we all have claims to fame, don't we? So I've got a lovely chef that works with me. He's from Padstow, Jason. He's about 40 years old. And his claim to fame is that he got bitten by Chalky. You know? And if you know him, some of my friends who know him, you can see why Chalky bit him. But you know, there were kids in Travone. So Rick and Jill had a house in Travone back in the day. And Jack, you can ask Jack on Sunday if you boys are here. Mummy and Daddy were working in the restaurant, so the kids were basically feral in Travone. You know, and Jason was one of that little gang, and the dog was
feisty.
Didn't take to it that well. You know, are we plating, Nick? Are you waiting for me?
I'm You said to me it'd be 10 minutes.
Well,
directly, boys, directly.
So what
And
I've
then I
done.
saw how many ingredients you had, and then I started to panic.
Oh no, don't panic, please. So I've given this little bit of beef a chance to rest here. So it's very important. Well, it's something that I've sort of been thinking about for a long time. When you go to restaurants and you serve, and they serve these type of cuts where it's sharing platters, everybody cuts it straight down, but that means we're cutting it with the grain, and you make the meat tougher by that. So what I try to do is sort of I slice it, and then I work it at a 45-degree angle to try and work against some of the grains in the meat, just to give it a chance to sort of be. It's all about tender meat. It's all about tender meat. You know what they say in restaurants? The key to a tender steak is a sharp steak knife.
And it's not just steak, by the way. At Halfway House, one of my favourite dishes of all time, I'm not blown smoke chef, but I am blown smoke a little bit, is the lobster thermidor tart. Like, again, decadence, beautiful, super fresh. And then one of my favourite beer and food pairings of all time, with offshore actually, is that tart.
You know, so we thought it's all about what we think the customers want. So, you know, lobster is a very expensive thing. If you have a whole lobster, it's 60, 70 pounds. And we thought, what can we do to give the customers a taste of lobster without breaking the bank? We're a country inn, you know. So we came up with this little lobster tart dish. One of my friends from the Ivy set it up with us years ago. And we've refined it and refined it and refined it. And you know, and basically now for £15, you can have a lovely piece of, you know, a little tart case with a nice thermidor sauce, some lobster in it. We bake it in the oven. It's all prepared for, and it's easy for us to serve. But you can have a taste of lobster, which is, it's about what customers want, you know.
100%. It's like I'm placing my bets, playing a game of poker here.
So I'm intrigued. I do like
Oh, look at the food. Looks amazing. It smells good too.
Yeah, yeah. See, for somebody that specialises in fish, this is quite interesting for me as well. And this is what's great about being a chef, is you don't know everything. It's impossible. You know, it doesn't matter how old you are or anything, you know, there's always something to learn. So I'm finding it quite interesting watching Henk there.
Excuse my hands here. So what I've done is we've confited some mushrooms, and we confit them with a red wine, 12 minutes at 140 degrees, and some butter, which we do beforehand, and then during service we've got a little bit of herb crumb on there. And in this one, so I'm just going to do the lobsters. I'm going to sauce first and then put the lobster on top of that.
If you do have any questions, just raise your hand and I can come out and get the question from you.
Very quiet.
It's quiet. They've all gone for lunch.
Crikey.
They've
There
all
we
gone
go.
for lunch.
There's a
but,
hand. There's a
there
hand.
we go. Yes, Sam.
Yes, sir. Look, butchery is a standard thing. Now, meat, the flavour of beef, let's go beef for a minute. The flavour of beef is not just affected by the grass that they eat. So there's a great, you know, it's not a modern thing. It's an age-old thing where we talk about grass-fed beef and grass-finished beef. So that's natural beef. You know, in the old days, they used to finish beef with a lot of grain. They still do sometimes just to get them to market spec. But anything, it's a natural thing to eat. So it's not just the grass that affects the flavour. It's the nutrients in the soil. Everything goes back to the soil, the carbon in the soil. And so it's not just about the beef. It's not just about the breed. It's what they eat. So the process from good beef starts in the soil. And then you know, they get killed. Ideally, you hang them for 28 days. Not always possible. Certainly the primals, we try and age a little bit. You know, when I buy from a wholesaler, I always ask for, it sounds terrible, but old beef, or beef that is short on date, because the longer it's been, the better it is for me. Because you get, you know, that the enzyme effect that happens on this stuff with time is quality. But it's about the soil, really. That's where it starts. Not just butchery. Butchery is a standard thing. Everybody cuts meat up the same way.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you. Right, Nick, just talk us through what we've got here, and then I think it's time to close.
Yeah. So this is a complete wing dish. So we have done something similar to like it before. So I've got a seared local hake fillet with a lobster beast with cod, monkfish, crevettes, prawns, and some nice sliced lobster to garnish on that. So
it's a beautiful
thing.
And Henk, how are you getting on there?
So I'm just doing the two
It's the
little
final
tails quickly.
touches.
I'm just doing the two little tails here to try and
Oh,
sort
look
of
at that.
present a little something surf and turfy. So these lobsters, we steam them, and then rather than break, and what we do is when we steam them, it's a little trick. You take the live tails, not live, but the tails, and you pull out. So you pull out the little dirt track, for lack of another word. So in our lobsters, you won't have any of it because it's part of the technique. So, technique plays a very big part in preparing these shellfishes. So it's about clean eating, even though I've got a lot of butter in there and a lot of cream.
That's clean enough for us, isn't it?
Yeah. So hopefully we can taste this. And I just wanted to finish that with a little bit of lemon on top of there.
Oh.
Lemon goes really well with beef. Goes really well with meat. If you're in Greece and you have lamb, there's always lemon on top of it.
Right, okay, remember that. Yeah, didn't know that, did we?
Pairing side of things.
Yes, final
I've
word
gone
from
with
you,
my
Ed.
gut instinct. Doom bar, again, nothing overpowering with especially the mushrooms in there, because that was a little bit of a curveball. Caramel, won't overpower the lobster. And I have gone for Chalky's Bite. I was thinking offshore, but Chalky's Bite, load of complexity in there. A lot of residual sugar. But it's up to these guys to find out whether I've done a decent
Has he done a
enough
good job? Has he paired well?
I knew he was going to do that.
Oh, you did.
Knew
Inside
it.
knowledge.
So absolutely,
Brilliant.
it's quite strong, but it matches shellfish really, really well. So you've got
Fantastic.
some nice depth in there.
And
Brilliant.
a bit of booze.
All good?
Yep.
So we finish the sauce with some Doom bar. To add that, Doom bar gives that nice little bit of bitterness in there, and then the lemon juice is a little bit of, a bit of sourness, and then the butter is a bit of sweetness. So the flavour is in sweet and sour and bitter. So you're hitting all your senses. That's what we try and do there.
Oh.
Hopefully you'll enjoy it.
Fantastic. Looks amazing. Please give it up for Henk, Nick and Ed. Brilliant. All that work in that time. Well done. Well done, guys. Thank you so much. If you want to come up and take any photos, you're welcome. That's great. We're going to have more chefs coming up as soon as we can, so don't go too far. But brilliant job. Thanks. Another round of applause, please, for our chefs today. Thank you.
I love the way she feels her clothes. She looks just like them girls in Vogue. I love the way she plays it cool. I think that she is beautiful. She's so lovely. 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 She's pretty, fitzy. She's got a boyfriend, though, and that's a pity. She's flirty, dirty. Ain't that the age a girl gets really dirty? I don't know how we'll make it through this. I don't know. I love the way she bites her lip. I love the way she shakes them hips. I love the way she makes me drool. I think that she is beautiful. She's so lovely. She's so lovely. She's so lovely. Well, she's so lovely. She's so lovely. She's so lovely. She's so lovely. A stunner. I wonder, was she the spit when she was 10 years younger? Come see me discreetly. She said she's got a trick or two to teach me. I don't know how we'll make it through this. I don't know how we'll make it through this. I don't know how we'll make it through this. I don't know. I think that you are lovely. 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 I think that you are beautiful. She's so lovely. 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 I don't know how we'll make it through this. I don't know how we'll make it through this. I don't know I don't know how we'll make it through this. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know how we'll make it through this. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know how we'll make it through this. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. It started out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss, it was only a kiss. Now I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cab while he's having a smoke and she's taking a drag. Now they're going to bed and my stomach is sick and it's all in my head, but she's touching his chest. Now he takes off her dress. Now let me go. I just can't look, it's killing me. And taking control. Just turning things into the scene, turning music lullabies, choking on your alibis. But it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Open up my eager eyes, 'cause I missed the bright side. I'm coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. It started out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss, now I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cab while he's having a smoke and she's taking a drag. Now they're going to bed and my stomach is sick and it's all in my head, but she's touching his chest. Now he takes off her dress. Now let me go. Cause I just can't look, it's killing me. And taking control. Jealousy, turning things into the sea, turning music lullabies, choking on your alibis. But it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Open up my eager eyes. Don't miss the bright side. In their eyes, it's a place that you find. You discover that you love it here. You've got to stay on this rock, not a rock, an island on which you found a lover, then you twitch. You felt that itch in your petticoat, your pretty, pretty petticoat. And then you smiled, you got wild. You didn't understand that there's money to be made. Beauty is a card that must get played by organisation. But ooh la, she was such a good girl to me. Ooh la,
Well, just cheer her up, spot her out. Ooh, Lord, she was such a good girl to me. Ooh, Lord, well, just cheer her up, spot her out. Well, can't be a very big place, so be yourself, don't feel out of place. Love your man, and love him twice. Go to Hollywood and pay the price. Or go to Hollywood. Don't be a star, it's such a drag. Take care of yourself, don't begin to lie. It's a hard life to live, so live it well. I'll be your friend, not to pretend. I know you, girl, in all situations. But she was such a big girl to me. Well, just cheer her up, spot her out. She was such a good girl to me. Well, just cheer her up, spot her out. Pretty girl. In all situations. Ooh, Lord, she was such a good girl to me. Ooh, Lord, well, just cheer her up, spot her out. Ooh, Lord, she was such a good girl to me. Ooh, Lord, well, just cheer her up, spot her out.
Don't touch the sleeping pills, they mess with my head. Dredging of great white sharks, swimming in the bed. And here comes a killer whale, sting me to sleep. Thrashing the covers off, has me by its teeth. And all my love remind me. What was it that I said? I can't help but pull the earth around me to make my bed. And all my love remind me. What was it that I drink too much? Am I losing touch? Did I feel the ship to wreck? To wreck? To wreck? To wreck? Did I feel this ship to wreck? To wreck? To wreck? To wreck? Did I feel this ship to wreck? We were like brothers. Everybody said we looked the same. You a little taller and broader and bolder. We were afraid of your mother. As you see, she's so hard. And your dad took off when you were a baby, and you still hate me for my dad stuck around. You pinned me to the ground. 8 years old as a replica gun, pushing in my skull, saying you're
Hello, hello.
gonna kill me if I dare.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to come forward if you want. These are not, they're not VIP chairs, but we do have some VIPs in the front. Stay where you are, madam. Don't leave. Come forward, everybody. Please do come forward. And welcome to the Porth Leven Food Festival 2024 and the Chef's Theatre. Great. Come forward. Let's get cosy. Good, good, good. My name is Claire Rowley and I'll be your host this afternoon. And welcoming to the Chef's Theatre, we have the fantastic Kate Attlee from Sabzi. Say hello, Kate. And we also have Ben Martin from Daku. Give them a round of applause, please.
Hi, Rod.
Fantastic. Right, come forward. Take your seats. That's it. Lovely. Okay, so welcome back to the Chef's Theatre. I think Kate's been here a few times. Don't worry, Ash. Keeping it going behind the scenes. How's it going back there? Is he?
Oh, yeah.
He's enjoying himself, isn't he? He's doing well. Right, Kate, how are you? How have you,
Good,
how have
thank
you
you,
been?
Claire. Yeah, really well, thank you. I think I saw you last year, didn't I?
That's right, yeah. I was in the Lime Kiln tent. I'm in there tomorrow doing the music if anyone's coming back. If anyone like me is here for 3 days.
It was a very rainy affair.
It was wet. It was a bit of a washout,
It
wasn't it?
was
But
a
we
bit.
kept going. We
Yes,
kept going.
proud on.
So how have you been? And what
Really
are you
good, thank
preparing
you.
for us today? What's on the menu?
Okay, so those of you who visited Sabzi will be aware that for us at Sabzi, it's all about cooking food that feels accessible and doable at home. I'm really passionate about doing dishes that you can taste, think are delicious, and go home and create yourselves and use flexibly. So I'm just going to make 2 dressings, but I'm going to show you 3 different ways that you can use those dressings in your cooking at home. So hopefully things that you can really take away and play around with at home.
Oh, lovely, lovely. And Ben, what from Daku, what are you going to cook for us today?
Well, we're doing a little trio of chaat, which is basically like a little Indian nibbles, and we're going to be basically presenting them using a lot of foraged ingredients that are all in season now. So it's just putting a little twist on what people normally expect from Indian food.
Oh, lovely, lovely. So a little bit like of a thali, is it?
No, it's more like chaat. It's more like chaat means to lick your lips in Hindi, so it means it's something salty, sweet, sour, savoury, all together in one bite.
Licking their lips already. Look at them, lovely, lovely. Good, good, good. All right. So where are we going to start? Who's going to kick us off?
Oh,
Kate?
I don't.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just tell you briefly because I'm just putting the chutney on, and I wanted to show you because at Sabzi, when we use herbs, we save all the ends and the bits that it would be tempting to throw away, and then we build them up over a period of days, and then we make this delicious chutney with them. So nothing gets wasted. And you can do the same at home. You can just use gorgeous fresh herbs, of course, but also I suppose I'd encourage you as you're cooking, when you've got bits and bobs that you kind of think you don't need to garnish that lovely dish, save them and then do something with them that then gives life to new dishes. So I'm just throwing loads of gorgeous green herbs and some that are less glamorous into a food processor with, much like Ben was saying, this chutney is all about sweet, spicy, sour, and a bit salty. So I'm going to have some vinegar and some roasted garlic and some chili, and then some sweetness from agave to blitz it up with our herbs. So I'm going to
very
start
good
that.
as well as that. We always say between the two of us that, you know, Persian food and Indian food have got a lot in common, and they really
Absolutely.
work together in combination.
Yeah.
The flavours are very, very harmonious.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so what are you doing, Ben?
Right, at the moment what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with a pineapple chaat. Now this is something that you find in India a lot. They usually do it purely with fresh fruit and garnish it with spices. I've made a chaat masala which has got this black salt in it, which is kind of like a salt that's got a slightly sulphurous quality to it. So it's used in Indian food for digestive purposes, but it tastes really nice as well. Brilliant. But what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to use a pineapple weed, which is a local herb that grows outside in Cornwall. And this pineapple weed I've dried like this. You have a smell of that. It actually smells of pineapple. Yeah. And what I've done is I've made a little infusion from that pineapple weed and made a glaze with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually just pour that on top of the pineapple to start with. And as it goes on top of the pineapple, then I'm going to use a blowtorch to glaze it so it will get a nice kind of glazy top to it, he says, if he's got his blowtorch.
A blowtorch. Anybody got a blowtorch?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there you go. You brought one. Well done.
I did bring one. So yeah, I'm just going to char this, and I think giving food a bit of char and colour really makes a difference to the flavour. And once it's sticky like that, then you can stick the masalas to it. The masalas will actually stay on the thing that you're toasting. But this is really brilliant. This is one of my favourite things to have with champagne. So, you know, if you're...
What you do?
Well, pineapple and champagne, for some reason, are a really good mix.
Really? Did
Yeah.
anyone know that? No, we're learning,
fish
aren't
and
we?
chips
That's why
is
we
really
came.
good
Fish
for
and
the,
chips.
It's for the acid, isn't it?
Yeah,
Ooh,
anything
lovely.
acid or anything fatty, it cuts through, so it really works.
I might try that later.
So yeah, so that's glazed with the pineapple weed. In fact, I'll pass the pineapple weed around if anyone wants to come and have a little
I'll come and
little
see.
smell, and you'll see what I mean. It smells a bit like pineapple and a bit like chamomile.
Is there salt that I can...
There was some there, yeah. So I'm getting quite a good bit of colour on this deliberately.
So, Kate, you've had a busy year, haven't you? Been opening a few restaurants. Come on, tell us
Yes.
about it.
Yes, well, I'm conscious I'm going to be noisy. Yeah, Sabzi was Truro. That was my first Sabzi baby, and nearly 5 years ago now. And then 2 years after that, I opened in Falmouth. Hopefully, maybe people have been there. That's where I moved our kitchen kind of operation. So we cook everything in Falmouth. We have this amazing team of people helping us create food for so many people these days. And then we have a site in Padstow and also in Nansledden, just on the outskirts of Newquay. So last year was a pretty mega year.
Yeah, it sounds really
Still
busy. That's lots of
recovering.
restaurants. Yeah, has anybody been to Sabzi? Oh, there you go,
Oh,
raising hands.
stop.
Brilliant, well done. Your fans are in.
Oh, that
I do
makes
get
me-
my lunch there quite a few times a week. So, yeah, it's very healthy and lovely
Thank
food. Brilliant.
So I'm on here with the chaat masala, which is the thing that makes chaat is this masala, and it's got a kind of tangy, salty, sweet, savoury hit to it. Would you like to try a little bit of that?
go on
have a
then.
have a little sample.
Oh, okay, thank
There you
you.
go. You'll taste the black salt, which is the most unusual thing.
Oh, yes, that's
Quite-
nice.
Yeah. So there's that, and then we're going to stick that onto a piece of stick like that.
I've been trying a lot of food this morning because unfortunately you're not allowed to taste it, but I can. So thank you. Good. So how's your year been, Ben? What have you been up to?
Oh, we've done quite a lot. We won the Arta Restaurant of the Year Southwest, so that's
Congratulations.
the Association of Indian Restaurants and Takeaways, and that was went up to London and had a bit of a time up there. We didn't expect to win it, but we thought we'd go. And we enjoyed the experience, and it's a very interesting kind of glitzy setup up there. Felt a bit like a fish out of water, to be honest, coming up from Cornwall. But we got up there, and it was really interesting. You know, and that means that basically covers anywhere from Somerset, Bristol, all of that area.
Wow, that's
we were
good.
nominated the best Asian restaurant in that area, so that's a real pleasure.
Quite an accolade. Let's have a round of applause. Come on for Ben. Excellent.
Thank you. So yeah, we've done that, and then also we're looking for a new venue for our restaurant at the moment. What we're trying to do is diversify a little bit and try and move towards a bit more experiential dining. So what we want is to have all of our teaching and other things under one roof. So we can do everything, on site. A bit more about experiencing the dining from, from plough to plate sort of thing. So that's what we're after.
Oh, that's very good, isn't it? A bit different. Nice concept, I think. So, Kate, what are you up to now?
Okay, so the herb chutney, which it's so quick to make, and you can absolutely do it by hand if you don't have a food processor. It's just any herbs you like. So if you're not bothered about coriander, just leave it out. Whatever you like. I would recommend some mint through it, but you don't have to. Obviously, mint grows really well in our garden, so actually that's a good one. And I've just blitzed it up with some vinegar that you like. I really like raw apple cider vinegar. I think it's delicious, but you can use a white wine vinegar, anything you've got. I'm really into, actually, you don't need to buy something special if you don't want to. I've sweetened it with agave nectar, which is available in all the supermarkets. You can use honey. You can just use dark brown sugar if you rather. Again, you can be really flexible. Then I've used some delicious oil, whatever you like. Garlic. I'm a huge fan of having a bit of roasted garlic in the fridge. I think that is something that is worth doing. And I always just say, when you're cooking at home, if you just have a little pan on the hob, really low heat with a couple of heads of garlic in there, get them just cooking so gentle, sort of confying, so they become really soft. Bung them in a jar in the fridge, and then when you're making a salad dressing, or again, you want to whip something up quite quickly, it's so sweet and delicious. It kind of takes you 10 steps forward in the dish you're cooking without any effort, and they'll keep beautifully in the fridge for a week or two easy. And then you've got the oil at the end to use, again, in a dressing or to fry your onions in. It's delicious. So roasted garlic. What else did I put in there? Obviously salt. I use some chili. You can leave the chili out if you really don't like chili. And then it's just a case of cooking it to your, blitzing it to your preference. I like it quite hot and sweet. But if you prefer it more tart, just add more vinegar. And then I'm going to use it to build multiple dishes.
Right, okay, good.
Just back to the foraged ingredients here. This is called sea arrow grass. And sea arrow grass actually tastes exactly like coriander. It's got coriander but slightly salty, and it's delicious. I like to use it because it means you can cut down on the seasoning. You don't need to use too much salt, but also because it's a naturally sourced ingredient, very local to us. So I cut that up, and it's also because it's more like a chive. It's got it's quite nice. Looks decorative.
It does look decorative.
Would you like to try some? Would you like to try a bit of sea arrow grass?
Thank you. Let me try this.
And see if that tastes like coriander to you.
Okay. Oh, it does.
Doesn't it?
It really does, yeah.
Yeah, quite interesting, isn't it?
Very nice, very nice. So, Kate, I need to ask you, because you are a bit of a celebrity, he's been on MasterChef. Tell us a little bit about appearing on MasterChef. What's it like behind the scenes? We want the gossip.
Okay. Where do I begin? I would say, obviously, of course, it was the most brilliant experience. And I'm really glad I did it. I think it's really, really, really intense, and it's kind of, obviously, of course, it's a TV show, so it's about the intensity. So those bits where they say you've got 10 minutes to blow it, it's true. Oh. So it is like that. I think the one thing that lots of people will have gathered is everything they taste is cold.
Yeah.
I make your own decision, like judgments, but I mean, in my view, I think it's quite hard as a chef or anyone who loves to cook to present something that tastes incredible hot and then build into your mind that an hour later you're going to get it judged. So I do think that is a flaw in the kind of process a bit. And those poor souls who plan to cook fish, I was like, don't do it. Because of course they go, it's overcooked. It's overcooked. You're like, obviously it's overcooked.
It's been sitting there for
exactly.
25 minutes.
I just wanted to mention, Claire, this next yoghurt dressing has sumac in, which is one of Ben and I were talking. I absolutely love sumac.
Delicious.
And again, you can pick this up really. It's very accessible these days. We use it a lot in Iranian cookery. It's a berry. It's peppery. It's slightly sour. It's really wonderful. Again, if you don't like a hot, spicy dish, but you want to do something a bit more interesting maybe and start playing around with spice, sumac is really wonderful for that. So I'm using that in this dressing.
And I think it's on sale here somewhere in the festival.
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
I didn't even know that.
So I've been asking chefs this morning what are their 3 favourite ingredients. Now, I'm hoping, because we're doing some Asian food and spicy food, I might have some different answers. So I'll start with you, Ben.
Oh, you're going to be
Yeah, go
sorely
on, Ben.
disappointed.
Oh,
I'm afraid. One of my favourites is the good old honest Cornish cauliflower.
Oh.
I think we are extremely lucky in this county to have some of the best cauliflowers in the world, I would say. And I get on my soapbox, I get it out every time when I talk about Cornish cauliflowers. They're lovely, they're nice and small, they've got really tight curds, they work really beautifully with Indian food, but you know, put them on a barbecue, grill them whole, they are gorgeous. So I would say cauliflower hands down. And do not throw away your leaves. Use the leaves, braise the leaves, fry them like what's it called, Chinese seaweed. It's brilliant. They are delicious. So that would be one of my ones.
Okay. Kate?
Sorry.
I'm
No,
gonna
we
say
haven't had
something
that answer this morning.
Everyone will have said as well. I mean, like, can I say onions and garlic together?
No, we haven't had that.
Oh,
Keep
really?
going. It's good. It's good.
I think, yeah, like the base of pretty much anything
Everything,
delicious is onions and
Fantastic.
garlic. In
All
my
right,
view.
good. If there's
Sorry,
any
this is
questions
loud.
from the audience, please just put your hand up and you're welcome to ask a question. Yes.
Where would I find the sea arrowgrass? It grows on the verges of normally sandy beaches and on the verges just sort of between the dunes and the ocean side. So it's kind of on that. It grows everywhere in Cornwall, like Gwythian, all those sort of places. Really, really common, very, very across Cornwall.
You fancy a bit of beachcombing, do you?
So the only thing you've got to think about with the sea arrowgrass is you don't really want to use the tips of the sea arrowgrass, or certainly not in large quantities. You use the base of the arrowgrass because the tips contain a compound which is actually cyanide. It won't kill you.
Take it easy
It
now.
won't kill you, I promise you. But you'd have to eat about 3 tons of it. But it might give you a slightly upset tummy. But if you use the base doesn't contain the
Okay, the
compound.
base, everybody. If you're
I
going to go
promise.
down that route.
I promise.
No pressure.
I'm not going to kill you all.
Brilliant.
So, whilst you were talking, I've just made what's called an aloo papri chaat. So what I've got is some spiced potato, a bit of yogurt, some tamarind chutney, some save, which is made from chickpea flour, and it's sort of extruded through a sieve. And then I've put the sea arrowgrass on that. That's got.
And
if
some
you don't want to
pomegranate.
eat it, no, not only
not?
no. There's only tamarind chutney on there.
Oh, is that
Yeah.
the pomegranate?
Yeah. Oh, pomegranate. I thought you said honey.
No.
Sorry.
Pomegranate.
It is pomegranate.
Oh, thank
Yes,
you.
Sorry about that.
Well, I'd have to go and get a special test for a minute there, Ben, and sort myself out.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You think it's pomegranate, but it's not.
It just looks like it.
So there you go. There's that. And what I've done is I put this. And I like to make everything look a bit colourful, so I'm going to put a few marigolds on there. But the marigolds actually have a flavour as well. It's a very much loved flavour in India, and it's used in many sacred ceremonies as well. It's seen as a really sort of important flower. So I just put a couple of those on top, and they start to look quite pretty then.
It's a bit like a sacred ceremony up here. So. Feels like it.
Yeah, that's what you keep telling yourself that.
Any more questions? Anybody got another question? Anybody? Question? Yes, nice and loud, please.
Yes.
You too, chef. You need to repeat the question.
Yes. So 100% thyme is the miraculous ingredient that we all put into our food. Thyme and love, but the thyme is a really important one because, especially with Indian food, and I assume a lot with Persian food as well, like things like cooking garlic and onions until they're really cooked. Very much in Western food, say Italian food, it's quite rapid. You know, making pasta sauces, and they keep the tomatoes. They keep them quite kind of acidic. But in Indian food, it's very much about slowly cooking it down, even to the point where it starts to catch, and you're adding water again and letting it cook down again. It's a really, really essential thing, and you can't make most Indian curries without a couple of hours, really, unless you're talking about very fast breakfast dishes, really.
Great. Okay. Great question.
Yeah, brilliant question.
Any other questions for the chefs? Yes. Is there something you can't source locally that you wouldn't be without? That was the question.
Yes, absolutely. For us, we have a 24 ingredient garam masala that we are the only people in the world, other than one family who are the chefs to Royal Mughal kings, who they give that to us, and that is my most valued item. And there's no way I can get that anywhere else. And in fact, we have to kind of like wait with bated breath every 3 months for the next delivery to come. But that is the absolute cornerstone, that ingredient for us. And even we don't know what the ingredients are. We've worked out about 10 of the ingredients, but there's another 20 odds to go. We still don't know what they are. So that would be mine, absolutely.
Kate?
If I'm being briefly self-indulgent, I'd like to think, in my head, I suppose I try and be really flexible in cooking. So I think, what am I trying to say? Iranian barberries are the thing that come to my mind as like a treat that are from Iran and are, in my view, kind of, they're the peak of their product, as it were. They're delicious in so many things. Obviously, saffron, as someone with Iranian heritage, that's like kind of the food of the kings and queens. But I also like to think, I suppose, that you can kind of use anything, and if you've got a bit of know-how about you and a bit of skill and love, then you can do really fun, creative, delicious stuff with very humble ingredients, I suppose, is my view.
And I think you're absolutely right. You get the sense of a cuisine, don't you? And then actually you can apply those principles and almost like a feeling, isn't it, to ingredients that you find on your doorstep.
Exactly.
And I think it's really important as well that we do that in the world that we live in at the moment, where we've got such ecological crises in the world. We need to be sourcing and looking for things that are wonderful on our own doorstep, that are sustainable, and that still give you that feeling of the cuisine that you want to create.
Yeah. Sorry, I know this is loud.
Right, I've got these little things here. They're called golgappas or panipuri. They're basically little discs. They start off life. Where are they? I can't find where they start. Oh yes, they start off life like that.
I knew I'd be useful.
Like that. So they come like that, and then what you do is you drop them into hot oil, and they puff up like little crisps. And these are, I call these...
Do you make those?
No, I don't make those. I import those. But the beauty of you can get them online as well. They're very easy to get. The beauty of these is that they are little containers for anything you wish to put inside. And the beauty of it is going from kind of the crunch to the watery inside. So what I've done is I've made a little syrup up here, which has got tamarind in, and it's also got a few other bits and bobs in there. And that is going to go in there with a bit of potato. So we're using some of the same ingredients over again, but using them in different treatment. And then the idea is that then you put it in your mouth in one whole thing, you crunch it down, and it explodes in your mouth with loads of flavour. These are extremely popular in India as street food. So that's what we're doing with that.
Lovely. Kate, what are you up to?
So I made the yoghurt next. And so the yoghurt dressing was Greek yoghurt. You can very easily veganise it, so you would just use your own vegan yoghurt. I'm very yoghurty. Then my hand there for a moment. Then I've obviously put the sumac in. I've used a bit more roasted garlic. I used lime in this. You could use lemon, that's fine. You can use fresh if you've got some. You can absolutely, this works with bottled, so that's fine. I used a little bit of oil. Again, I used agave to give the balance because I put a lot of dill, particularly. Iranians love dill. I love dill. I think it's wildly underused over here, and it's delicious in there. So I've used dill and some chives, and then some salt. Really simple. Again, you can sub out what you like, what you don't like. Blitzed it up. It's really delicious. It will be great on a slaw in the summer to serve with your barbecues. You can do it as a potato dish like I've done with the chutney. You can use it as a rub, so it will be fantastic to marinate things in. So you could make, in my mind, because I'm always thinking about bulk, I would make a big load of that, and then I would do something with it on the day, so a lovely slaw or something similar. Then I'd probably marinate something for a lunch the next day, and you can keep it in your fridge, add some oil, shake it up, use it as a salad dressing on the third day. So again, I think it's the sort of thing that you can make up and then just keep enjoying in different ways through the days.
Lovely.
So I've put a little bit of potato in there, which I've just coloured with a bit of turmeric. Now I'm going to put some quite fierce chilli in there. Some nice. I know Kate doesn't mind a bit of spice, so
no.
I can go to town. She's my kind of girl.
Good.
And then that's going to go in there. Look, just a little couple of slices in there. And then after we've done this, we'll fill up those little golgappas with this water, as I said. And that will be a little flavour bomb. But I won't do that until we're ready to eat them, because if you leave them like that, obviously it will start to sog through the bottom of them. So in India, they make them on the spot, and the guys who make them are rapid, and they're just like this. It's like an absolute drama to watch. So I put a little bit of chilli in there, and then I'm going to put a little bit of coriander in there. This is actually micro coriander, which I just think looks quite pretty. So I'm going to stick that in there, like that. And you can see it becomes a little nest. It's quite exciting.
And how often do you come up with new recipes?
Oh God, it's almost like a kind of continuous thing. Jasmine and I create all of our stuff together. We have our own strengths and preferences and interests, and what we do is every week, because we change our menu every week, we will come up with the menu, and it's pretty much the hardest thing we do every week is sitting there and kind of thrashing it out. You know, it's kind of hard, especially when she's also your partner. It's quite sort of hard to.
It's quite
keep,
intense, that
yeah,
then.
Yeah,
Quite
but
intense.
you see, out of crucibles come great things, don't they? So you know, that kind of melting pot, and that me arguing with her and she arguing with me about something. That's what creates the real sort of passion that we have for the food. So there you
Fantastic. And Kate, do you
Yes.
come up with new recipes often?
Yeah, so Sabzi, we change the menu daily, which is one of those things that I started 5 years ago in Truro when it was me cooking with one other, and felt like a brilliant idea and very unusual. No, I love it. I very much love the fact that we do that. So once a week, I'll basically get all my veg lists of what's available, where it's coming from, what the prices are, and I'll plan a week's menus in a block with my colleagues. And so every time you come and eat with us, it will always be different. And that for me was because we're about bringing, hopefully, really fabulous creative food that's cooked with really, really humble ingredients to people on a day-to-day basis. For me, it was about how can I give you something that you could eat every day for lunch and wouldn't get boring. So by changing the menu every day, you can kind of know what you like. The price doesn't change, so you have the comfort of, I'm going to walk into Sabzi and I know that what I'm asking for will cost me the same as it did yesterday, but you will get a box that is different.
It's good, isn't it?
Right, so traditionally in Golgappa they use somth, which is fennel, but what I'm actually using is just the fronds of fennel today, and that will get you the same kind of aniseedy kick, but won't necessarily be as heavy. So look, those are ready to go whenever we're ready to do. And what I'll do is I'll plate all this up now so it looks a bit more pretty than...
Lovely. Well, it looks very, very colourful, Ben.
Thank
Looks
you very
nice.
much.
Let's have a look at Kate's.
Claire, are you going to come and eat?
Oh, am I going to eat? Am I going to
I don't know,
sample
are you?
it?
Do you
Yeah,
want
I
to
can
taste?
try a little bit, just a touch.
We need something ideally to dip your hummus in, but anyway.
Right,
you might.
this is going to be interesting.
Well, it's looking very, very colourful. Any more questions from people? Question? Yes.
Oh, thank you.
How do you
Thank
cook
you.
your potatoes for
Oh, it
those
makes
of
me
you
so happy.
here?
We're very proud that the potatoes we serve every day at Sabzi are grown about 6 miles from our kitchen, and we have a lovely relationship with where we get them from, so they're consistent. We just roast them every morning, obviously, and we roast them on a pretty high heat. We season them. We don't add loads of seasoning. We add some lovely salt and pepper. We use a really fantastic, produced on their own farm, triple milled rapeseed oil, so that we can get it hot enough that we're not going to be burning the oil. But it has a really nice flavour. And so all we do is that as our base. And then all the lovely things that we do to them, with the dressings and the way that we plate them, happens after that initial process, which is the same every day.
Fantastic. Any more questions for Kate or Ben? Oh, yes, couple here, yes.
Making good curries
Best
at home.
tips.
Well, we touched on it slightly earlier. First thing is cook your onions until you think they're burned, basically. Cook them till they go very, very dark brown. Add water again, cook them again, and then you think that's too much, cook them again. Right, so that's number one. Number two is don't put powdered spices into hot oil, ever. because you burn the spices and that will make it acrid and taste foul. So what you need to do is have a vehicle for your spices. Either use the onion and garlic first and then pour it onto the onion and garlic and stir it through, or even make a little paste just with a bit of water and your spices and add that to the pan, because the moment your spices burn, particularly cumin, you may as well throw your curry away because it's horrible.
Oh, that's where I'm going wrong. You doing that as well? Another question, yes.
Absolutely. Yes, I'd be
Can you
delighted.
repeat the question, Kate?
Sure. So different ways we can use the herb chutney. So one that I've done here is I've just chopped some hummus with it. So you can do that if you want to be really make it your life easy. Buy some good hummus. You can come to Sabzi if you want. And then just top it with that for a starter. If you've got friends coming around, that'll be delicious. I've dressed some lovely local potatoes with it. So again, I would roast your potatoes. This could be served at room temp or just warm. So you could do it an hour before your friends arrive for lunch. And then layer your herb chutney on top of your potatoes. I've then put some whipped tahini on there, which is absolutely something I couldn't live without at Sabzi. When you buy tahini, again, you can come to us if you like, but wherever you get your tahini from, try if you can to get a proper Lebanese tahini. It really does make a difference to the quality. And when you're whipping it and adding water to loosen it, you will reach a point as you whisk that it becomes like seized and it looks like concrete and it looks horrific and you think I've ruined everything. Keep going, add some more water and suddenly it becomes beautiful and glossy and gorgeous. So if you layer that herb chutney with a whipped tahini on pretty much any roasted veg, it's so delicious.
Oh,
So that's another
lovely.
one.
Sounds
absolutely delicious, Kate. Am I going to have a little taste?
Yes, please do.
All right. What shall I try first?
Why don't you try a potato with a bit of chutney and tahini?
Oh my gosh, I
and
won't be able to speak if I eat all of that. Hold on.
this one's a baby one, I think.
there you go. I'll try
that's a
little
little
taste of
one.
it. Hold on, let me try. And these are your famous potatoes that everyone's
They
talking
are
about.
Sabzi potatoes. You could also use it on a slaw,
nice.
just so you know, a slaw
Very
as well.
nice. Lovely.
Hello.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Oh, is there no camera? I thought I put them where they told me to. Is that
Hold on, we need a close-up on the food, please. Close-up on the food.
Can you see?
Can you see that now? Yeah, great. Okay, any more questions for Kate or Ben? Last question.
Yes. Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I would try it in some stews. So if you're cooking anything with any kind of direction of the Middle East, put some sumac in when you're cooking down your onions and your garlic. Again, if you're making a dressing, try just popping a bit of sumac in because it is a very subtle, fruity, peppery flavour. It's not going to blow your head off or ruin anything. So just start dropping it into dressings, certainly putting it in when you're cooking stuff down for a stew, I would.
Fantastic, brilliant, really, really good.
Right, I'm going to do my last little bit, which is fill up with a bit of pani
Puri, you going to eat that one, Ben?
I'm not, but
Oh,
Kate
lovely.
is.
Thank you.
I can't. Unfortunately, I can't because I'm gluten-free. So that's the only thing I can't eat today.
The problem is that you're supposed to eat this very...
One.
Oh, dear.
That's why I've done it to
You
you.
won't be able to speak. If you've got anything to say,
Go,
Kate,
go.
say it now.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming.
Oh, thanks for coming. Let's give it up, please. Give a nice round of applause, please, for Kate Attlee from Sabzi and Ben Martin from Daku Restaurants in Falmouth. Fantastic. I will try in a minute. Thank you. My name's Claire Rowley. There'll be more chefs coming. In fact, we've got Anthony Theobald coming up from the Mullion Cove Hotel. He'll be here in 15 minutes, so don't go too far. Thank you very much. Give yourselves a round of applause. Another round of applause. Thank you.
hotel. Oh yeah. Someone said you was asking out to me, but I know you're best as a blagger. I said, tell me your name, is it sweet? She said, my boy is Dagger. Oh yeah. I was good, she was hot, stealing everything she got. I was bold, she was over the worst of it. Give me gear, thank you dear. Bring your sister over here, let her dance with me just for the hell of it. Well, you must be a boy with bones like that. She said you got me wrong. I would have sold him to you if I could have just kept the last of my clothes on. Oh yeah. Call me up, take me down with you when you go. I could be your regular belle. I'd love to dance for little Steven and Joanna around the back of my hotel. Oh yeah. I was good, she was hot, stealing everything she got. I was bold, she was over the worst of it. Give me a kiss, thank you dear. Bring your sister over here, let her dance with me just for the hell of it.
On the corner of Main Street, just trying to keep it in line. You say you wanna move on, and you say I'm falling behind. Can you read my mind? Can you read my mind? I never really gave up on breaking out of this to start
Stars are blazing like rebel diamonds cut out of the sun. Can you read my safety pins holding up the things that make you mine. About your hair, you needn't care. You look beautiful all of the time. Shine, shine, shine on. Yes, oh, you shine, shine on. Your magazines with people at the seams, but you still read. I must admit, I don't believe in it, but I see how you get sucked in. Shine, shine, shine on. Yes, oh, you shine, shine on. Shine, shine, shine on. Yes, oh, you shine, shine on. Because you're not done. But why do you bite the hand that feeds you? Why do you bite the hand that feeds?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Porthleven Food Festival 2024 and the Chef's Theatre. My name is Claire Rowley and I'm your host this afternoon. You're welcome to come forward, everybody. Don't sit at the back. All these chairs are free. It's not for VIPs, although you do look very important people at the front there. You are. Good. Come in, please. Come and take a seat. Come down, everybody. Come down. Closer. And joining me, last but not least, it's Anthony Theobald from the Mullion Cove Hotel. Give it up. Let's give him a round of applause.
Hello.
Welcome to the Chef's Theatre, Anthony.
Thank you.
Alright, so what are we cooking today?
Mackerel. So, thank you, I was just going to come and get that. So today, we're going to do 3 dishes, small plates, starters sort of thing. I'm going to do a cured mackerel fillet with I'm going to cure it with some fennel and citrus salt. And then we're just going to blowtorch that to cook it. And that's going to be served with a kind of panzanella, tomato, sourdough, basil salad. We've got some basil oil, some torn basil.
I've got a question for you. Did you bring your blowtorch?
I did.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Good. All right. Okay, we're sorted.
Also, we're going to do a steamed John Dory with soy fishbone broth, like a kind of Asian. We've made a fish stock.
Okay.
I've got a fish stock here. I'm going to flavour that with some rice wine vinegar and some soy sauce and some mirin, some sweet mirin. We're going to infuse that with some ginger, chilli, garlic and coriander.
Busy.
And make a clear broth.
Right.
And serve that with some noodles, some pickled shiitake mushrooms and
I can take it home for my dinner.
You sure can,
Woo! Okay, good. Right, thank you. Let's get started. Please come in, take a seat at the front.
So, first of all, I've got this lovely fish stock that we made out of some turbot bones in work. So I'm going to get that into a pan, get some warmth through that, and we're going to chop some ginger, chilli and coriander just to infuse into that. And this is going to get passed off. It's just to flavour the sauce, really, the broth. we're going to get just a little bit of chili into there because we don't want to blow your heads off. So first of all, we are going to prep this mackerel down, take the bones out of it, take a fillet off, and get that curing, because that will need 30 minutes sitting in the salt and sugar. So we're just going to go down the backbone, nice sharp knife, through the bones, take that fillet off, clean out the little gut cavity. We've got little fishbone tweezers here to remove these.
And of course, if you have any questions for Anthony, do just put your hands up and we'll ask away.
It's a fiddly little job, this, but
bit fiddly,
worth doing.
Yeah.
You don't want to be eating the bones.
So how long have you been head chef at the Mully and Cove Hotel?
I've been there for about a year and 5 months now.
Oh, okay. How's it
So,
going?
Yeah, it's going well.
They're keeping you busy?
I'm still there, so they must like me.
Good. You've done your apprenticeship. Good,
Yeah,
good.
yeah, I've done my apprenticeship
You've
with
proved
Nick.
yourself. Very good, very good.
So yeah, no, it's going very well.
I don't like to talk to you while you're doing that. It looks so detailed.
I know. Just want to make sure I get all the bones out.
So what are some of your dishes that you serve at the Mully and Cove?
So we change our menu every day. So we buy
Every
what's-
day? That's a lot of work, isn't it?
Yeah, we buy what's good the night before. We recycle a lot of stuff by putting starters, using things up in many different ways we can, so we don't waste anything. But yeah, we do a lot of fish. We have a catch of the day that the garnish stays the same, but the fish changes every day. And yeah, we just try and keep it fresh and seasonal and do what we can, really.
Fantastic.
With the produce that's available at the time.
Yeah, and you're sourcing food locally and
Yes,
produce?
yes, definitely.
Anything you get from afar? China?
Mainly our Japanese ingredients.
Japanese,
like
there we go.
rice wine vinegars. We do a lot of foraging, get a load of seaweed, cockles, clams and stuff off the local
Who does that
estuaries.
for you?
We do a lot ourselves, you know. Really into my fishing as well, so we get loads of bass, stuff like that. But yeah. So, the salt cure. This is literally an equal measure of salt, sugar, toasted fennel seeds, lime and lemon zest. And we're just going to coat the fish with that basically. And that's going to sit there while I get everything else done. And that will basically cook the fish.
Oh.
The salt will draw the moisture out and it will make it edible, I suppose. Not that it's already edible.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's just going to sit there.
Great.
And the salt and the
I'll
sugar will
watch
do
it.
its work.
Watch
yeah.
it, watch it.
Make sure it don't go anywhere.
Okay, good. So I've been talking to lots of chefs this morning, obviously, and they talk about the seasoning a lot. It's the most important thing.
Yeah,
if they're
definitely.
cooking.
Definitely.
So what are your 3 key ingredients that you like to use? Not wanting to put you on the spot or anything.
I really do like my Japanese influence. Soy, mirin, all those, miso, really good flavours, really great seasoning flavours as well. So we do have quite a lot of Japanese influence in a lot of our dishes. But I don't really have a particular favourite few, you know.
Okay.
You get so much good stuff throughout the year.
Right.
Whatever's good at the time, really,
Okay.
is good for us.
Good.
Right, so I'm now going to cut up the tomatoes, the bread, and get them marinating for the salad, for the blowtorch mackerel. And then we're just going to prep all the vegetables ready for the asparagus. So we're just going to take the eye out of the tomatoes, cut them into some funky shapes. Lovely fresh ripe plum tomatoes, full of flavour. I couldn't get hold of any of the different coloured ones.
Any questions from the audience yet? Anybody want to ask anything? Oh, lady there. Bit loud, please.
Sorry? So it draws the moisture out of the protein, and it firms it up, and it also it basically cooks the fish. So we're going to rinse the salt and the sugar off in about half an hour, and then to wash so it's not salty, but it will have done its work, and it would have basically cooked the fillet of fish. Oh no, I just get rid of it.
He throws it away. Yeah. Well, you could put it on your fish and chips later, couldn't you?
You could do.
You could do. You could do. It's got a little marinade going on there.
Yes.
Good. All right. So what are you doing now?
So I'm just making a panzanella salad. So we're just going to tear some basil, some tomatoes, put a little bit of salt on that, a little bit of cider vinegar, just to work the acidity. And this will help season as well. Vinegar's really good for seasoning things.
So are there any new food trends going on in the industry at the moment? Food trends, you get that?
I think there's always.
Yeah.
I'm not really too up to date with the
You're
trends.
at the Mullion Cove, aren't you?
Yeah, we just do fresh fish.
What goes on over there, we don't know. Yeah, fresh fish.
Yeah.
Any fish in season goes in and out of fashion?
No.
You can make it up, you know. They don't know, nor do I.
I mean, I just use what's in season, what's readily available, and what's good at the time, you know.
So what's good at the moment?
We've been getting lots of John Dory. We've got some
John
turbot
Dory.
in at the moment. We get the mackerel starting to come into season. Pollock's good this time of year. Yeah.
We did have a fish auction last year. I don't know if you remember. Give me a cheer if you came last year to the Porthleven Food Festival. Yeah, did you go to the fish auction? Yeah, I was emceeing that, and a lot of people. There was a lot of fish left over, and I went home with quite a lot of fish. I did pay for it. Come on, they did charge me, but anyway. So I think there's lots of that going on this year at the Lime Kiln Tent tomorrow and Sunday, if you're interested.
So we're going to get a little bit of garlic in with this panzanella salad.
So do you have a signature dish at the Mullion Cove?
No, not really. We don't.
Help me, Anthony, help me. Come on.
Yeah.
Just make it up, Anthony. Do you have a fish and chips on the menu?
We do.
Oh, I always like a fish and chips.
We do have a fish and chips.
Can't go wrong, can you?
But yeah, some garlic in there, garlic tomatoes, pickled onions, bread. So this is our sourdough that we make in house. It's a day old now, so it's good for this sort of thing. It soaks up all the juices from the tomatoes. My mic is coming off. This is not good.
You got it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So yeah, that's basically the panzanella salad. Basil, onions, garlic, and the bread. And that's just going to sit there as well and just macerate, really, get all the juices coming out of it. We will now prep some asparagus, which is not really, I'm just going to cut it down to size. And this is going to be like an asparagus soldier kind of dish. We're going to do a crispy duck egg and dress the asparagus around the crispy duck egg, cut the top off, and you can use it like
you can
like
dip it in, like soldiers.
Like dippy eggs,
okay,
yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
The healthy version.
Yeah, kind of. But we're going to put a nice burnt butter hollandaise sauce on it, so that's
Ooh,
not quite
lovely.
so hot.
No.
Healthy.
It's all right.
So we're going to get all these bits together.
Can you see all right there? Are you seeing everything? Good. So you're back at the Mullion Cove tonight, are you?
No, we're going to stay down here tonight and
good.
have
Nights
a couple
off.
of drinks.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on.
Let the
That's
hair
what
down.
it's all about, isn't it? The Porthleven Food Festival.
Yeah. So, right, here we have a pea puree. Do you have any spoons?
Spoon? Yes.
You do.
There you
Wonderful.
go. I knew I'd be helpful.
So a little pea puree, it's literally just peas, mint, salt and a bit of water really. Keep it nice and green. We also have some black Kalamata olives for the salad as well.
Has everybody had lunch now? Yeah? Okay, good.
And what I could do with is a little saucepan of water, actually.
Here's the water.
Lovely.
It's the one I came with earlier. There you go.
That's just to cook the asparagus and the peas. And I've got some radishes as well to cook with that.
Any questions from the floor? No. All right then. Come up with one. Do you want a random question? What can I ask you? Which of your dishes are you most proud of at the Mullion Cove? Oh, stop it. Don't help him. We're getting heckled now.
In the autumn, I really love doing a dish of turbot and oxtail. It's a nice mixture of meat and fish, really rich. It's you need a good firm fish to stand up to the oxtail. We put some pancetta through it, make a little fritter, and serve it with wild mushrooms, Jerusalem artichokes, red wine sauce. It's a really nice autumnal winter dish. And that surf and turf element is nice as well.
That's nice. We had a bit of that today with Hank. He did a surf and turf. Did you see that one? Did you watch that? It's good.
So
the meat man.
The salt's starting to draw the moisture out of this now.
It's changing colour, isn't it?
You can see it changing. Yeah. And then we're just going to finish that with a blowtorch after it's been washed.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a burnt butter hollandaise sauce, which I hope I don't split. Because it's very easily done.
You need me to stir it, I'm good at that.
So we're going to take some butter and we're just going to caramelise it in a pan basically. It just gives it a bit more. A bit more character, a bit more flavour, depth.
Good.
So while that's caramelising away, I'm going to finish off this fish bone broth. So we've got our fish stock now that's been infused with ginger, chilli and coriander. We're going to add some soy sauce, and it's just something you kind of do to taste really. It's not something you can really recipe like that. So you want a little bit of rice wine vinegar for the acidity, not too much. And then you get the sweetness from this lovely mirin, which is just like a sweet cooking seasoning, a Japanese one. And then just some soy sauce. And this just makes a really clear Asian kind of broth, thin broth. It's just delicious, really.
It smells good. I can smell it already. Is it wafting your way? It will do, don't worry. You can smell it. Okay, good.
A touch more sweetness, but that's good.
Sun's out. We weren't expecting this today, were we?
I know.
Oh, lucky.
So, here we have some rice noodles. I've got a pickled shiitake mushroom that I'm going to slice down, and we've got some seaweed that we get from the rock pools locally, off the beaches. We've got some dulse, some sea lettuce, things like that. The shiitake mushrooms, we get them in dry and we rehydrate them and then cook them in a pickling liquor of soy, ginger, chilli, mirin and rice wine vinegar. And they get cooked out for about 45 minutes in the liquor, and then we just leave them in it and they just retain all that flavour.
Last one. You've done well. 4 hours, yeah, without standing up. Well done, you've done well. Yeah.
So the butter is quite quickly burning away there, which is good. we are just going to add
Do you want a
clean
spoon?
spoon. A little bit of the broth to the noodles. And then we're going to steam the fish in that pan of broth. So it takes in all that flavour. So the butter's starting to caramelise now. It's going what we call burn rosette, nut brown butter. It just has a real nice flavour, nutty flavour. And we're going to turn that into a lovely rich hollandaise sauce to serve with the asparagus, the peas, the radish, spring onions. We've got some nice, I picked some 3-cornered leek flowers from the garden this morning. And just a little mixture of...
Did you get up early?
No, not really. Not on my day off.
Not on your day off. Good, good. And is this a dish that you'd serve at the Mullion Cove?
Yes.
It's on the menu,
Yes,
is it?
yeah. The dishes come, like we say, we change our menu daily, so whatever we have, we go through the fridges in the morning, write a menu, and then start working on it throughout the day.
Right, good, good.
So, that's the butter ready. I'm going to get my egg yolks separated, and I've got a little pot of, it's a reduction of white wine vinegar, shallots, tarragon, thyme, parsley stalks. It's like a reduction for the hollandaise sauce. I just need a...
What do you need?
Mixing bowl.
A mixing bowl?
Yes, 2
okay.
seconds.
All
Can I
right.
get a mixing bowl,
Don't worry, I'll
please,
hold
guys?
the floor.
Yeah.
Where's the mixing bowls? There we go. Ta-da!
Perfect.
Freshly washed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ash. Good, good. Keeping him busy back there. There's quite a team, quite a
Right.
team.
So, we're going to take our egg yolks. One. Two. Sure there's no shell in there. And then we're going to take our vinegar reduction as well, add that to the egg yolks, and we are going to slowly, well not slowly, but we're going to whisk them over this gentle heat. So as we're whisking the eggs, we're cooking them at the same time without scrambling them, which can be quite a job, and it's very easy to ruin this. This has happened many a time. Burnt butter's there, it's lovely, you can smell that, it's really nutty, it's full of flavour. Yeah, it takes a few minutes. What I'm going to do is put a knob of butter back into there to cool it down, because the last thing I want is for that butter to be too hot and then scramble the eggs.
Okay, no, we don't want that. We had some students this morning doing a little bit of cooking. We made all those mistakes, didn't we? But they are learning.
You've got to start somewhere.
You have, you have.
So you'll notice the egg yolks go quite light and fluffy and thicken up. That's the steam cooking them from underneath, and they're volumising by whisking them. That's nearly ready. I'm going to go and cool this down in the sink quickly because it's definitely going to split my sauce.
Okay, let me just keep an eye on things, make sure nothing goes wrong. It's all looking really good. Sample. Maybe later. It's looking good. Don't leave me. So I'll ask. We've got more tomorrow, of course, from 11 o'clock. More chef's demos tomorrow. I think Jude Kariyama's back on again. Who was here for Jude this morning? Anybody? Oh, stalwarts. There we go. Wow. We've had a long day. Were you here for the children from Porth Leven Primary School and the ribbon cutting? Were you here for that? Yeah.
Right. Now the butter's ready. We're going to slowly add this to this and whisk as we're doing it, and you'll get a lovely buttery rich sauce. It would be just my luck to split this now.
Oh, it's exhausting.
It's hard work.
It is hard work, Anthony.
That's pretty much it.
You're very brave. A lot of our chefs prepare one earlier and just bring it.
Yeah, well, I've done that with a lot of stuff, but
Okay.
I thought you've got to kind of do a few things.
You have to, yeah.
Fillet of fish,
Yeah.
make a sauce. But that's it, really.
Wow, look at that. Well done. Let's have a round of applause for Anthony. Good. Let's give him some encouragement. Come on, we're nearly there. You're doing
We're
well,
nearly there.
Anthony.
So, that can go. There's not really a lot left to make now.
do this one.
We're going to wash this off.
Yeah.
If we can get a one of the guys backstage
I'll
to get
do
us a
it.
bowl of water or something.
Yeah. Do you want them to wash it, or do you want to wash it?
Just bring a bowl of water up. Yeah, we'll just rinse it on. And some blue cloth. Yeah, it's got soap in. It's got. I need some plain water, please. Cheers.
Yeah, we don't want soapy water, do we,
Don't want
Anthony? We
soapy
don't want to ruin
knuckle.
it now. We're doing so well. Don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah. Right. So
Here
these
we
dishes
go.
are pretty much going to come
Oh,
together
it's
quite
gonna be-
quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. So this is the mackerel. It's now been salted for about 20 minutes. The moisture started to come out of it.
It's changed colour, hasn't it?
Completely changed the way it feels. It's,
Take your word for it.
Yeah. So we're just going to rinse all that salt off. And that will take on all that flavour of the citrus and the fennel that's in there. And that's that.
Wow, okay. Now we're going to put it all together. Not supposed to eat as you go along. I start eating it, do you, before I finish?
So, the panzanella salad is what we're serving with the mackerel. We also have a consommé of heritage tomatoes, which is you blend the tomatoes with some salt, some sugar, basil, garlic, and you blend it to a pulp, really, and then we hang it overnight in a cloth, and all the liquid that drips through is just a tomato essence, basically. It's tea clear, and it's just really fresh, light, zesty. And yeah, we love to do tomato salads with a little bit of that in the bottom, sit some basil oil on it. It just looks really nice.
Oh, lovely.
Really helps the flavours come through.
Yummy.
So there's the broth. We're going to steam our fish in that broth. And
Do you want a plate?
yeah, the plates
Over
are
here?
all over there.
Yeah. I think this is a good spot to show the audience.
We're going to use a little bit of butter and water. We've only got a small amount of water in there, but when you boil the water, add a pinch of salt and then put the butter in. It creates an emulsion, and that's really nice to cook vegetables in. It just gives them a nice coating and a glaze. So we're just going to do that right now. And we're good to go. There's the broth. We're going to sit our John Dory in that, and that's just going to steam away in there, like lightly poaching it, basically. Trusty lid.
Nearly there.
Nearly there.
I'm going to go out in the sunshine
So-
in a minute.
Yeah. Let me get my blowtorch to finish the mackerel
Oh, yeah.
off. We will get a tray. Or yeah. Put it on the side. Just pat it dry. I'm going to just rub a tiny bit of oil. I've got a smoked garlic oil here. Just going to put a little bit of that on the skin. While we're doing that, we will get the asparagus cooking, and also I did.
What are you looking for? I can help you.
I did have an egg.
An egg?
A breadcrumbed egg was there.
I didn't move it. Hold on.
I reckon somebody's taken it and
Oh.
put it out there. It was in a little cup.
Oh, it might have gone.
It's gone.
It's Charlie's fault. He's working so hard. Give a round of applause for Charlie.
Oh, I threw his egg away.
He's throwing his egg away.
It was in a little cup like that.
Oh,
it was a
wherever
breadcrumbed
it is.
egg.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was over
Is
here.
it in the bin?
Ah, guys, you're too efficient. What are we going to do
Oh, we won't be
now?
doing the asparagus dish.
Cancel it. Pull the whole thing.
It's now a veggie.
We've got a raw egg. We've got a
Don't make it worse.
Okay.
We're going to improvise, aren't we, Anthony?
Just slink away. Just slink away.
Slink away, you Ash. Come on. I was going to thank you as well, but now I'm...
No worries.
Oh, you're going to be all right, Anthony. What are we
If I
going to
knew
do?
that, I wouldn't have made the holidays. Never mind.
Okay. All that whisking. Too efficient.
Right.
Too efficient.
We'll concentrate on the other ones then.
Yeah, don't worry about that one.
So, that fish is
Oh, all that
just
whisking.
about cooked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we could just do an asparagus dish with some peas and vegetables
Okay.
and jazz it up with some
Good, good. That's what you have to do as a chef, isn't it? Improvise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, stand by your beds. Here we go. Heads will roll, won't they, Anthony?
We've got our pickled mushrooms
Can you see that?
and our rice noodles with our seaweed sat in the bottom.
We need to change the camera.
We're going to take a few of these spring onions.
Oh, look!
Hey!
Hey, come on! Oh, well done.
Perfect.
Just fucking with you.
There we go. Put it back, Charlie.
Love it.
Cheeky chappy.
Right, we got some sesame oil. We're just going to dress the bowl. And we have, make sure it's the right one, yeah, coriander oil into there as well.
What are you
Cheeky
looking for?
monkeys,
They're
aren't they?
cheeky, aren't they? What they get up to back there, I don't know.
So,
I've got some more water in here as well.
could have put a dribble there. Oh, thank you. So, we're just going to pour some of this soy bone broth into the bowl. And then the fish that we've poached in it is just going to sit on top of there. Smells so good. And then we just got a little bit of, we collect seaweed from the shoreline, and then we slowly roast it in the oven, and then make it into a powder. And then a lot of our seafood dishes, we just dust it over the top, and it just gives it that flavour of the sea, and really enhances the flavour of the fish. So that's
Wow,
the first
there you go.
dish.
Look at that. It looks amazing. Oh, well done. Well done.
And right, the crispy eggs cooking.
Start
Messing
again.
with me, they were.
Yes. Any questions for Anthony from the Mullion Cove Hotel? What seaweed do you get, Anthony?
We get sea lettuce and dulse and pepper dulse mainly is my favourites to use. You get the ready dulse is beautiful really. The different colours you get when they rehydrate on the fish as well. It's just lovely. Right.
Any other questions you'd like to ask? Has he got a table for tomorrow at 7?
So the asparagus, the peas and the radishes are now cooked. You take them out of there. They've got a lovely shine from the emulsion that we've cooked them in. So we're just going to put a base of pea puree on the plate. The eggs coming along nicely. So this pea puree, just going to sit in the middle. It's nice and thick. It'll be a nice base for everything to be built on. The asparagus is just going to sit around there like this. And the egg is now nice and crispy.
Aye. So what have you done to your egg there?
So I've just soft boiled it for 6 minutes and then peeled it, and then we've just breadcrumbed it.
Oh,
Basically
okay.
flour, egg and breadcrumb. Just going to trim a bit off the bottom for it to stand up. And we're going to cut the top off.
So it's a bit like a Scotch egg without the meat.
It is. And that's going to sit in there like that.
Oh, that looks good.
So you've got a nice runny egg yolk. We're then going to season that with a little bit of pepper. Salt and pepper on your eggs is always good. We've got some nice little shoots here. A little bit of salt. And then in the bottom here, you've got these lovely 3-cornered leek flowers. They taste a bit like garlic chives, really. And they're growing everywhere in the hedgerows at the moment, absolutely everywhere. So it's great to use them. And put a little bit of watercress. My radishes and peas, a bit of colour and some crunch.
It's a shame to eat it, Anthony. Wow, looks so good.
Yeah. And then we've got our hollandaise sauce that we made earlier. Just a real thick, rich. I'm just going to sit that around.
Do you like a boiled egg?
And that's it.
And that's it. Brilliant. Give it up, please. Give it up for Anthony Theobald, head chef at the Mullion Cove Hotel. Fantastic. All that in half an hour. Well done. Well done. Right. Well, thank you. One more.
Lovely.
Charlie. He's off again. He's clearing things.
So the last dish is the
Honestly.
panzanella.
You all right?
We've just got a lovely fresh tomato salad. We're going to sit the consomme in the bottom of the bowl. And then the basil oil.
Gosh, all that detail. It's really important we keep going out and eating in restaurants to support them. So do book your table at the Mullion Cove Hotel. There you go. I'll give you a little...
And then just to finish that, we're going to hit the mackerel with a blowtorch.
Oh, giving you a bit of a plug there. Come on. We all want a free table, don't we? We should have some competition, shouldn't we? I'm going to suggest it.
Yeah, mate, thank you. Yeah. No more eggs.
We'll have a word with you later, Charlie.
Just get a nice bit of char in on top of the mackerel skin there. And that's it.
And that's
I'm just
it.
gonna cut
Right,
that one.
presentation.
The cured blowtorch mackerel, with panzanella salad, and tomato essence. There you go.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Give it up, please. Give it up for Anthony Theobald from the Mullion Cove Hotel head chef. Fantastic, Anthony. Not bad for 30 minutes. I need to thank a few people. Cornwall College, we've got some students in from Cornwall College. Also Truro and Penwith College, we had our apprentices up earlier. Sharps Brewery, Jude Kariyama and the Kota and Kotakai team. My name's been Claire Rawlinson, well it still is, Claire Rowley, and I've been hosting for you today. We've got more chef demos tomorrow. They start from 11, so do come back. Go and enjoy the sunshine. And please do give yourselves a round of applause for coming. Thank you for coming and supporting us today. And a big thank you to Ash and Nick, Owen, Charlie, and our apprentices from the colleges. Well done, well done. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Well done. And you can still get your tickets for tonight. There's 3 bands performing in here. We're going to set up for those now. So go and come back and enjoy the music tonight. We've got a fantastic evening planned for you. Thank you for coming.
Francisco Bay, past me 39, early PM, can't remember what time. Got the waiting cab, stopped at the red light. Address was sure of, but it's a notches right.